show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome and all that. Happy. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
You've got like a cool lobsterman look to you today,
I thank you.
right?
And just a nice cable knit sweater.
Yeah.
So,
People sleep on the cable knit sweaters. It's like a nice old what?
It's a
It's the
good
first
look.
thing I said when I walked in. I said,
Yeah.
"What's up, cable knit?"
It's a nice look. Mary Santora is right over there.
Hi, guys.
She is, her womb is barren, and
Yes.
she is quick with the sweater compliment.
She is.
You got to know a
That's
few
me.
things about her. Quick with a sweater compliment. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
How you feeling?
I'm okay.
Oh, yeah, just okay?
Just okay.
All right. You want me to make your day a little bit better?
If you can.
The Bullet Boys are playing the Grog Shop tomorrow night. You're
What's that?
welcome. You are welcome. One of the greatest bands of the late 80s. They were
Sweet.
supposed to be the next Van Halen. It didn't work out that way for them. But boy, did I love those guys. And I got an email from Kathy over at the Grog Shop. Says that they are there tomorrow night, which is the first I'm hearing about it, which means now I have to make plans to go see these guys tomorrow night. And I thought, who better to join me than fellow 80s rock band aficionado, Cody Allen, Poundcake Helpful Brown. I don't know how many more names we can tack on to him, but there it is. You're going to love this show, Poundcake. You and me are going.
Okay. Well, if you're taking and you're paying, fine.
Well, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, then I'm not going.
Hey, if you'd like to join us here, however you want to do it, please feel free. If you want to call us, do it 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. Send me a text, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, little talkback button there. Quickly done. I think it keeps you to 30 seconds. But what you have to say, you should be able to convey in 30 seconds. And we'll get to some of those later on as well. Alan, I know Cody is all about celebrities' net worth. I was just reading an article that as a teenager, Aaron Carter's net worth was over $200 million. By the time he died, it was $400,000. And he had no will, so California will
YOLO.
decide who gets the inheritance. YOLO,
He didn't have any
indeed.
kids, did he?
He did have a
did.
kid,
Oh, he did?
yes.
Right
I think
before he died.
he had at least one, yeah.
Yeah, I just find that whole thing fishy. I don't
Well,
understand how you're...
we've learned that Google is never on the nose about celebrity net worth. However,
$400 million seems...
well, 200
excessive.
million and then 400K when he died.
I'm saying
Listen, if you have a substance abuse problem, it's not hard to blow through all your money.
Yes, but we all know that that's also not liquid either. Aaron Carter doesn't just have 200... He had no point had $200 million in his bank account.
Well, at this point, he's close to being liquid. Too soon. Listen,
He died in liquid.
He
Was it
died
type
in
full?
liquid. What? Pardon me.
Was it full? Was he in a bath, or
I mean,
was he just
what
in
do
a
they say?
bathtub?
Don't they say most people drown in just a few inches of water?
I didn't know he drowned.
Imagine. Well, they found him in the tub.
Okay.
A
Well, you
la
can be in
Whitney
a tub
Houston.
with no water.
You can, but I wasn't getting that vibe. I mean,
Practicing for a tornado drill.
Oh.
Or I don't know.
yeah, tornadoes if they get
Slipped
out
and
there
fell?
in the Mojave Desert. Yeah, you get one of those. Boy, you get a storm devil coming through, and who knows? Alan, you also neglected to mention that John Aniston died yesterday. I did mention that only because there are some people I mentioned that I know no one will know who I'm talking about, and then there are other people I'll mention I know nobody will know who I'm talking about, but I just don't care. And John Aniston is probably one of those people. He's You might recognize the name. He's Jennifer Aniston's father. But he was a very important person in my own life because he was on a television show called Days of Our Lives, which was my mom's stories. One of my mom's programs was a soap opera that was on. It might still be on, for all I know, but as a child, I remember my mom always watching her. She would record Days of Our Lives on VHS tape, and then she would watch it. And John Aniston was the big bad guy on that show. He was, his daughter got famous, obviously, but prior to that, he was a working actor for a long, long time. And he played a villain named Victor Kiriakis. And he was like, you know how soap operas are all set in like smallish towns? They're all called like the Bay or whatever. And there's always a big bad that's in these towns, right?
Now that I see him, I'm like, yeah, for sure.
Yep. And he was the big bad on, there were a few of them there, I guess. Stefano DiMera, for those of you Days of Our Lives aficionados from back in the day. But John Aniston played that role for a long, long time. So he's primarily known as a soap actor. Very, very close with his daughter. I don't know if Jennifer Aniston is an only child, but she posted a very, very heartfelt tribute to her father, who had, been in very bad health for the past few years. He was 89 when he died. So, again, a lot of people don't know who that is, but you know who his daughter is. I wouldn't go so far as to say that she got her looks from him. I don't know what her mom looks like.
She got a lot of her looks from surgery.
Currently, yes. Her current looks are due to a doctor. But, I mean, if you go back in OG Jen.
But she got a nose job.
She did.
Pretty early on in Friends.
Yep. She had that classic Greek nose that she said she wanted to get rid of. So anyway, for a person reminding me of that, yes. And I texted my mother that yesterday to tell her, and she was just crestfallen. For me to tell, my mom's...
That was her celebrity hall pass.
My mom is still getting over the death of my father, and here I come swinging in on a chandelier to tell her that John Aniston has died too. And listen, I don't know if she sat in silence for a few minutes just to kind of take that information in. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But any common area of interest that my mom and I have, I like to bring to her attention. And what better than a dead soap opera celebrity in the news? According to Celebrity Net Worth, Alan, you have a net worth of $3 million. And this is my point. This is why
$10 million.
This is why these scurrilous rumors get started. I'm not a millionaire. So
multi-millionaire.
These sources are they're always unreliable.
He just plays one on the radio. That's
always unreliable. So who knows? But
Alan don't like people counting his money.
I don't count other people's money, and I suspect that they have no interest in counting mine. But I can assure you that I am nowhere near a millionaire. But those are what, people go online and they type people's names in and they go, he's doing fine. I got a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you. Put a little money in your pocket and go fund yourself at 2:30. So listen for those keywords. I'll have a trip to L.A. for you later on around 5:10 all week. Our Alter Ego Festival is sold out at the Kia Forum in L.A. The Chili Peppers and Jack White and a whole bunch of other bands. Second week of January. So I'll get you and a pal one of those trips around that time, too. 35192, you want to text him, we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ohio, DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to celebrate. All new customers will receive $200 in free bets. Plus, 5 lucky customers will win a $100,000 free bet. That's right. DraftKings Sportsbook is giving you $200 in free bets just for signing up today. No deposit required. Plus, you'll be entered to win a $100,000 free bet when you sign up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and sign up with the code BUZZARD to get $200 in free bets to use once mobile sports betting hits Ohio. Plus, 5 customers will win a $100,000 free bet. only at DraftKings Sportsbook with the code BUZZARD. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966. 21 and older. Physically present in Ohio. Eligibility restrictions apply. See terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. One per customer. $200 issued as 8 $25 free bets. No purchase necessary for sweepstakes. Void where prohibited. Ends first day. DraftKings is allowed to operate in Ohio. See terms at dkng.co/OH.
Is right here in Cleveland, Ohio. Introducing Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet.
Assassins on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane. But there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
These guys are coming too. There's a lot of good shows, boy, in 2023. The band's called After the Burial. They're opening that Spirit Box is finally doing a headlining run. They're going to do the House of Blues in May on a night when I can actually go. It's very exciting. Boy, 2023 is turning out to be the year of AC so far. There's no stopping me with all these shows I can go to. On a Saturday night around the corner at the House of Blues, come on.
You won't be here, though, so it's not really around the corner.
What do you mean I won't be here?
On a Saturday?
I'll come downtown. I don't go to shows on school nights.
But what I'm saying
Tomorrow
is
night I will.
you're like around the corner, but you'll have to come from Bay Village. So
But I'll park here, walk around the corner.
Okay.
Mary.
Mansplain.
Yeah,
you go
don't
into
Google
concepts,
Maps
yeah.
me. Come on, man. Hey, Cavaliers are hoping to break a bad streak tonight. They have lost a few in a row, and they're hoping that tonight will be the game changer against the first place Milwaukee Bucks. Anything can happen. DC beat the friggin' Eagles.
That was
So Terry the Goat goes 5-5 for the week.
Not too shabby.
It's
there,
okay.
Goat.
We're waiting for the Monday Night Football. Nobody thought the Commanders were going to beat the Eagles, but they did. Eagles played like trash. Commanders got a couple of weird calls, and that's what happened. So anyway, Cavs Bucks tonight. It is in Milwaukee. It's an 8:00 tip right here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Your pregame coverage will begin at 7:30 tonight. Cavaliers live on your FM home for Cleveland. I saw that they want to expand the NBA into Mexico City. And boy, oh boy, are they excited to do this. They're like, forget about it, Vegas. Suck it, Seattle. We're going to Mexico City. So when the NBA talks expansion teams, you know, they've coveted Mexico for a long time, like the NFL covets the UK. They keep trying to get people excited. And all they hear, obviously, are dollar signs. And why wouldn't they, quite frankly? Mexico City is a massive, massive city. It's 5 times bigger than New York. Mexico City, and the many, many times we've been to Mexico, there were a couple of occasions where we're like, should we go to Mexico City? And it seemed so daunting and so huge. And, you know, if you're going to be in Mexico for a few days and you're going to go to a city that has 100 million people in it,
that's crazy.
You're not going to be able to really kind of do that much stuff. It's
Well, it's probably going to be overwhelming.
That's what I'm saying. And I just want to kick it, you know, on the beach for a few days. But someday I would like to go to Mexico City. But obviously, you take all the problems, law enforcement-wise, that Mexico has, and then increase it exponentially, and there's Mexico City. So I know they've been wanting to do this for a while. It's the 5th largest city in the world.
How many people did you say it had?
I thought it had 100 million people.
It has 21 million.
Oh, 21 million.
The largest city in the world is Tokyo, and it only has 37 million.
Oh,
Because
okay.
that was like 100 million.
All
That's
right,
insane.
well, okay.
That's a lot.
Well, this
Also-
we'll split the difference. This says 33 million people. They would have
What
a.
am I on? I'm on worldpopulationreview.com.
Okay.
And there's 8 billion of us now. We
I
just
should
passed
have.
it.
Yeah, I should have known that when I said it's 5 times bigger than New York, that is not obviously 100 million people. This is another thing too, by the way. It's okay if I break my own balls about my math issues. It's fine if everybody here on the show gives me a hard time. This is another thing. When we were playing shuffleboard in Ohio City on Saturday night, and that bartender was talking to me. You know, she knew who I was and was a fan of the show, and that's all fine and everything. But, like, she was, like, breaking my balls on the regular, you know, around, like, my acquaintances, and it didn't bother me. So it was kind of a weird take. Because she'd come around and go, you guys need another drink or anything? And I go, yeah. And then she'd look at my buddy Jeff, and she'd go, you're going to let him keep score? He's terrible at math. And I go, and I'm already a couple of drinks in, so I'm like, yeah, that's right.
She was just having some fun
I
banter
know. She was
with ya.
leaning in. I
She
know.
leaned in.
I
She was-
know.
yeah.
But you don't know me like that, and I don't know you like that.
But
I
she
know.
does know us
I
like that
know.
because that's what happens with this show.
We are at a disadvantage when we meet
Mm-hmm.
people because they know way more about us, and we know a dick about
You should have
them.
said, I know how to tip less than 20%.
That's what I know.
That's all I know.
There's a lot of cities.
I can't be put on blast
there
for
are,
being
Mary.
a bad tipper. I have to be a great tipper.
I know.
I have to over tip. I can't under tip. I
Yeah.
can't even average tip. I've got to, tip 75, 80%. There are a lot of cities.
That was it. That was the whole sentence.
And Bill's right. For whatever reason, today is the day, November the 15th is the day that they are marking the world population at 8 billion people. And I was reading an interesting thing. I don't know how they arrived at this. It sounds kind of like they do it at random, but okay. Where they designate the billionth baby. So they recognize the 7th billion baby born, the 6th, the 5th. The 7 billionth baby born is now 11 years old. And I guess they do this to track population rate or expansion or whatever. Everybody's saying we have 8 billion people and we're destroying the world. And that is largely true. But it is taking longer to get to the next billion people. The 6th billionth person born is born in 1987. And they say that it's going to take, so it's taken about 10 years to hit to add another billion. They said it's going to take 15 years to get to 9 billion. And they don't think we'll hit 10 billion people until 2080.
Because women are wising up.
Yeah!
Tying our tubes, no babies.
And young guys aren't having sex anymore.
Right?
So, sperm counts worldwide are down, way down.
Why
Now,
are sperm counts down?
Why are sperm counts? Because your
people are bad at
boy
math.
got a goddamn vasectomy. That's why.
Super sperm.
Because I got snipped.
So I don't know anything about population, but China and India have the two
It is
highest.
the number of people in the world.
Right, but I'm saying
Or
like,
in any given area.
I wouldn't have named any of these like top 10 countries. China, India, United States is third, but it's a.
What are you saying? What?
I'm trying to compare. Like United States has 331 million, right?
Mhm.
And then India has almost 4 billion.
Yep.
That's the
Right.
that's a huge.
But you knew
difference.
that.
Yeah, I knew there was a ton of people there,
Yeah.
but that's a huge drop off
Yes.
between 2 and 3.
And then you look at a country like Japan, where everybody's stacked on top of each other because it's an island and they have millions and millions of people on it.
126 mil.
Yeah. My ex-wife lived in Japan, and she's like, everybody just literally lives on top of each other. Like, buildings just go up. They don't go out anymore. They can't go out. They all go up. They go straight up. And people live in little closets and P.O. boxes. So
That's the future.
It is the future. But I'm curious how they designate the billionth child. There's no way for them to know when a kid comes out of the chute that it's, yeah. Sadia Sultana Oishi was the 7 billionth child 11 years ago. I think she was in Pakistan or something. And then Adnan Mevic was the 6 billionth. He was born in Serbia in 1987. I don't know who the 8 billionth child is, but they got to designate somebody right
It's
now.
just one of Nick Cannon's kids.
Yeah, it's all going to be.
Nick Cannon. He is at the exact opposite end of the vasectomy spectrum.
He would never.
Yeah. So they're designating today as the best estimate for the 8th billionth person to be born. But there you go.
Our buddy, oh, no, never mind.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say a friend of ours, I thought he had his baby yesterday, but I think the baby came home yesterday.
Last
Tada.
week. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It was last Wednesday.
I was going to say maybe his baby was the 8th
Whose
billion.
baby was this?
Mike Tada, he works at the Agora.
Oh, yeah, from the Agora. Is this his first?
Yes. Him and his wife just had a baby.
Mazel tov.
Baby Luca.
Yeah, he's very cute. But
Do
I
they
was
live
like,
on the second floor?
No, they have a house. So they have a second floor.
Yeah, they might live.
Sometimes we live on the second floor. I have a...
But I was maybe holding out hope that I would know the 8 billionth
Mm-hmm.
baby, but highly unlikely.
Alan the Cavaliers play tomorrow night. Did I say they played? No, I thought I said they played tomorrow night.
I thought you said tonight, but
Did I?
You
Well,
did.
I'm stupid. Tomorrow night is when they play. Just
That-
devotion
just
to
giving more
accuracy.
ammo to that bartender. Next time you go back to shuffleboard, she's like, you don't even know what day of the week it is.
Right, yeah. Well, mind you, no one can fix my browser so that it's not set to Chicago on Central Time. We're the number one digital company in the world. Nobody can fix my browser.
Not the number one clock company.
Yeah, that's a time company.
Yeah. So there is that. I'm already mentally adding an hour to everything. And
Math is so hard for you.
well, we
Keeps
just
them
went,
sharp.
we went back to standard time. Why am I adding hours?
Listen, Alan,
I
sometimes
don't
life
wanna.
is hard, okay?
I don't wanna.
And listen, you're gonna have to endure things like this. This
It's
is probably
not
one of the biggest
supposed-
problems you'll ever have in your life. Is adding an hour mentally to the time that your clock is showing. Now, it would probably be convenient if there was a large clock in the room with the correct time, but that would be too much.
No, I know what
Look at
time it
that
is
one.
now. When I'm telling people about basketball games, I have to add an hour.
Okay.
Because it says Cavs Bucks tomorrow at 7 p.m. Obviously, that's not when it is. That's when it is in Milwaukee, just not here. Because of all of our stuff now it's administered by somebody who doesn't know how to do it. All right.
I know.
Into each life a little rain must fall. But hey, here's $1,000 for you to put in your pocket to go fund yourself. Listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword check at WMMS.com. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
It's only Tuesday, but I already have my favorite headline of the week. Meal service HelloFresh denies using abused monkeys to make coconut milk. Just let that one sit for a second.
Okay. I'm listening.
Yeah. I didn't even read the story because I only needed the headline. And that's my favorite one so far. You ain't going to top it this week. I've already found something to be thankful for a week early from Thanksgiving.
So the monkeys are making the milk?
I'll just read it again. Meal service HelloFresh denies using abused monkeys to make coconut milk.
Okay, they're denying using abused monkeys. They're not denying using monkeys.
Are the monkeys
We use them. We don't abuse them.
the labor force? They are the ones
Again,
making.
didn't read the story.
Do they have a
Only
monkey
wanted
union?
the headline.
But the headline pulls you in.
It does.
So we don't have to read the story.
We
but
can
I
just
still
keep
like
speculating.
I like speculating. Is there a monkey union?
You know, I re-aired that segment on the Sum Of show this past Friday when I was out. So it's fresh in people's minds who listened when Bill, I think you were gone. Bill and I were discussing the possibility of a monkey union
There might be.
for all these monkeys, because it's always monkeys, right?
I think that's how
doing
Planet of the
something.
Apes happens.
Huh?
Planet of the Apes. That's what happens when
Start with
monkeys.
They started off
monkey
making
union?
coconut milk. Next thing you know, they're running the world.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Also, props to the crew over at cleveland.com, Plain Dealer Online. They do a podcast called Today in Ohio. I assume it's a daily podcast, but it's called Today in Ohio. And they were talking about how American Greetings, Northeast Ohio company, has agreed to stop printing greeting cards and selling them with images of chimps in human costumes in response to a request from PETA. American Greetings says, we understand it's politically incorrect to dress chimps as humans. And so we're not going to do it anymore. And the crew over at Today in Ohio unpacked it and explained it to the best of their abilities.
If you have photos of them in human clothing, wearing party hats, smiling or holding hands with a human, people think they're doing great. And it increases the likelihood that people would want them as a pet.
So the point is, they go, look, chimpanzees are endangered. And if you have them running around in hats, dressed like people, looking like they're having fun, it makes people think that they're thriving and, in fact, not endangered. Boy, I get where they're going. and I understand why they made the decision they did, but boy, you got to dislocate your shoulder making that stretch.
But they're just so damn cute.
Are they, though?
You know how I feel about them. I hate every chimp I see.
I know you do, from chimpan A to chimpanzee. So, American Greetings will know if you have a family member, this is the perfect storm. With holidays coming up, and if you have a family member or multiple family members who loves nothing more than a perfectly timed and ultimately hilarious monkey card, you're not going to be able to get them from American Greetings anymore.
All right.
Because they're not going to do it because PETA's like, hey, you put him in, I'm sorry, it is before the monkey people get mad. A chimp is an ape. You can't spell chimpanzee without ape. But they're like, hey.
It's just wrong.
You can, yes, a chimpanzee.
Chimpanzee.
Listen.
Use some wise.
I just like that because, again, if you're working for PETA, you have to think about things no one else is thinking about because it's your job. And to us, Homo sapiens, it might seem ridiculous. But your one job is to think about every possible permutation of animal abuse. And their thought is, hey, I can't believe American Greetings agreed to it, quite frankly.
Because are they really selling? Are those
there's
like
a lot of cards like that.
There are a lot of ape and monkey
dogs
cards.
And there's all kinds of animals dressed up in party hats and things.
Is that
Except
a hot
dogs and cats are doing great because we're taking care of them.
I guess.
Their point here is, hey, chimps are endangered worldwide, but I love the logic there. Hey, if you buy a card of a chimp in a hat dressed like a person, it looks like they're doing great, was her words. It looks like they're doing great.
Better look good
but
to
they're
feel
not.
good.
Yeah, that's right. It is better to look good than to feel good.
But even people who wear hats and people clothes aren't doing great.
Can be sad.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do we know?
Because we're not endangered. We are, as a species, doing great.
We're on the
I'm surprised American Greetings is doing great. Like,
I still buy cards for everybody for everything.
I'm
a card giver.
I have tried to wean
one.
myself. I grew up in a heavy greeting card house because I think that we weren't used to telling each other how we felt organically.
That'll do it.
Let a piece of cardboard do it.
Sure.
Sign your name, blah, blah, blah. These days, I'm much more into buying blank cards for somebody.
And writing in it?
Yeah.
Or do you leave it blank?
I write my name and
just AC.
The date. Because we were always taught to put the date in the lower left-hand corner
you
of
put
the
the time?
card. Huh?
You have to subtract an hour, add an hour?
No, I don't think they care about the time, but the date. Let's say somebody in my family forgets, when is Christmas this year?
Oh, no.
Oh, there it is.
I date notes that I leave for Brian. Like
Little Post-its?
When you leave like a cute note for somebody, that's something that we always did. Is if like, hey, I'll just leave it if I know he's going to get home before I do.
But the dating is why? You're going to put it in like a binder of reference materials?
I don't know.
Are you going to have to cross-search for them later on?
So I think it's because we grew up before cell phones. So when we would leave the house, we would always have like a notebook. And you would just write, hey, going to Sarah's.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. And then you write the date on it. I don't know why. But or even just like, love you, can't wait to see you tonight. Bought you a surprise in the fridge. And I'll put the date and sign it.
Do you think that your mom, knowing that she's a hoarder, knowing that she has all of these storage facilities, do you think that over the years she has disseminated and archived each of you and your siblings' Post-it notes in your respective lockers that you'll get after she dies?
Are you ready for this? Maybe not the notes, but I know for a fact from her last cell phone, she had a flip phone, and she transcribed all of her favorite text messages into a notebook.
Who has favorite text messages? It's like these companies that are trying to scam people into having their phone photos printed and bound in books.
Sure.
This is genius to have come full circle and go, hey, you know what would be great, guys, now that nobody reads or looks at things printed? Hey, let's put all the photos on your phone in a book. And then instead of bringing up your phone and looking, you can just put them on a shelf.
So wait, did she print out the...
She hand wrote, transcribed as handwriting. So she would take, when her storage would get full, she had a bunch of messages that she didn't want to delete. So it would be like on her birthday or something, text her, happy birthday, Mom, love you so much.
So she didn't like hire an hourly court reporter or anything to sit there.
She sat in her
and,
free time for like Every time I saw her for like a year, she
Yeah.
was writing in this notebook.
Longhand.
I'm like, Mom, what are you doing? She's like, I'm writing down my text messages.
That is amazing.
She just wanted to keep the sweet ones, and they were all very sweet. Just like, hey, just thinking about you, love you, from Tony. And so she'd write it down with the date and the time, and
Right.
before she would delete it out of her phone.
Wow,
So that she
that
could
is
remember
wild.
it forever, I guess.
So you're going to...
She's an incredibly sentimental person, and that's what I think people don't
clearly.
understand about hoarders, is that they are very passionate, very sentimental.
Well, they're not doing it out of
emotional people.
logic. They're doing it purely out of emotion.
Right,
Yeah.
or sentiment, like
That
nostalgia.
makes sense to me.
Yeah, so she wants to remember that text message forever,
Right,
so
but she needs
therefore
to practice
she will write it down.
connection, not attachment.
What do you mean?
You never heard of connections versus attachment?
No.
Alan?
Ask your therapist.
My therapist falls asleep. I'm not talking to him
Oh,
anymore.
how can he possibly fall asleep when you are sitting there pouring your heart out?
A good friend of ours, Cody Cooper, has the same therapist, and we text about him all the time.
Sounds like you need a new therapist.
I do need a new therapist. He takes a bunch of vacations. He's old. He has issues sleeping. So
Connection's more about being in the moment, where they say attachment takes you out of the moment. Attachment versus connection. Like what's in front of you, you can become connected to, but being attached to things, whether they're people or items or whatever, they're like, that keeps you...
More weighs you down.
Mired in the past.
Yeah.
I just had this conversation with Brian, and honestly, this man is amazing. I know I give him such a hard time.
We all know this, by the way.
He's perfect.
We
He's
all
so
know he's
great.
amazing.
He's so great.
Because every time you complain about him, it's something that
normal people
is
do.
great,
Yeah.
and you're like, I hate the way he
Maybe
does
I'm
this.
too hard on
He
him.
eats with a fork.
Yeah. He remembers all of my important days like a douche.
He does. Yesterday, we were talking about the closet was full. And this is why I love him so much, is that he's like, Mary, you have 2 Peyton Manning jerseys in this closet that I have never seen you wear, that I don't think you've worn since you moved in.
Colts and Denver?
Just Colts. 2 different ones.
You were a big Peyton Manning fan?
I loved Peyton Manning in high school. Before I got into the Browns, I liked the Colts because they were winning, and that was
Because
their
he's
big
so
brand.
handsome. She
It's
was a
not
big
even that
Easter
big.
Island fan.
But so he was like, what do you think about maybe getting rid of these? And I was like, no, they're my Peyton Manning jerseys. And he kind of just looked at me like, you don't wear them. You don't have any use for them. You live in Cleveland. Why do we need these? And I was like, maybe I'll just like give them to a friend who lives in Indianapolis. He goes, nobody wants these. Like, it's okay to let go of things.
Don't remind people that they live in Indianapolis.
It's just, he's just so sweet about it, where he's like understanding, but also very gently nudging me away from my hillbilly hoarder roots.
Mhm.
He's like, babe, I think it would be okay if we got rid of at least one of them, right? Like, we could probably.
Honey, stop being a weirdo.
It's
All
like-
right?
That's all of our conversations.
When they're cleaning Leslie's house on Parks and Rec, they're like, what do you need this birdhouse for? And she's like, I just need it. And she's like, what about this one? And she's got another animal. He's like, well, if 2 birds come.
Yeah, they each
Like,
need the
that's-
house, right?
That's Mary right now. Yeah.
Well, I do, but I can give it away, but I need, like
Are you
I
gonna-
said, I need a nudging to get rid of,
So
purge some things.
are you getting rid of them?
Yeah, I'll get rid of them. It doesn't make me sad so much as it's like,
Because even if
it makes me almost embarrassed, where I'm like, yeah, there is no reason for me to have this.
even if Peyton Manning was coming to be on this show, would you wear his jersey to meet
I would
him?
bring it to have him sign.
Okay. But
See,
he's not.
now I can't get rid of it, because what if Peyton Manning comes on the show and I need to have something for him to sign?
What do you need this birdhouse for? Can we get rid of it?
I might need it.
What about this one?
Well, if 2 birds come along.
Just come along.
Rashida Jones is so hot.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh, God. She let a guy from the Vampire Weekend finish in her. And man, what a waste. What a waste. Sure, they got a child out of their union, but ugh. I got a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. The Buzzard cannot
Nothing more than a melange of bad jokes and mind-numbing banter.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Rock show! You came to see a rock show! You came to see a
35192, you want to text me, by the way? AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live? Who's helping out today? Tonk Masella. Ooh, Tonk. I meet a lot of Tonks. But thanks, anyway, for that. Cavaliers will play tomorrow night in Milwaukee. 8 o'clock tip here on MMS. So your pregame get going around 7:30 live from Milwaukee. Cavaliers Bucks on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Poundcake, you going to watch that? Did you see that Panic at the Disco, your favorite punk band, is going to do, they're going to give everybody the live stream from their Chicago show.
No, I didn't know that, but I totally will watch.
Should check it out.
I'm really sad I didn't get to meet him. He was like 4 feet in front of me on that red carpet. He just breezed right past me at the APMAs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They're Viva Las Vengeance. I get it.
You hate
boy.
him so much.
I don't. I just think it's like, listen, I love puns. This guy is like, he's undeniably talented. It just does not scratch me where I itch.
I know.
There's something like, it's like,
It's punk pop.
well, I know, I get it. I'm just saying it's like, that genre is always so pleased with itself. So pleased with itself.
And I wish
They're always patting themselves on the back for,
he's more like One Republic. Like it's literally it's
Now,
not,
One Republic's legit. I was listening to them this morning.
But-
That
but-
Ryan Tedder boy, he knows what he's doing.
That's what I'm saying. It's one guy. One Republic is one person, and Panic at the Disco is essentially one person. It used to be a band, but Brendan Urie started firing everybody, and then it's just down to him and just like a
I'll
touring
tell you
band.
what, it's like the Senate. They could have used one Republican. Am I right, Bill? Oh, my God. Midterm joke for the...
I try not to do political humor. It divides the audience.
Yeah, sure does. Anywho, Panic at the Disco just did a big show in Chicago, and they're going to do a... Why did they have to call it a global live stream? I know that makes it sound like a bigger deal than it probably is, but it's like...
all over the world.
That's anything.
This is a global live stream that we do on this show.
Yes, I know there's parts of the world that censor their internet, but they're probably not censoring Panic at the Disco.
They might.
Maybe you're right.
I get
Maybe you're right.
notifications.
Well, then how are you going to get yourself through the censors if it's a truly global live stream?
Well, I think
it either is or it ain't.
the stream's not going to shut down due to copyright because they're playing all their music.
Well, they just played the United Center a couple of nights ago in Chicago.
You know what
and
it
they're
is.
going to. I do.
Come on.
It's
You're
when
in
the
that time
Bulls
zone.
play. Las Bulls.
I wonder how much Brendan Urie weighs. He
Weighs
He's a little man.
He has never been fat in his life.
You've only known him the past few years. You haven't known him his whole life. Maybe he was a heavy child.
Maybe, but like now he's a toothpick. Like I've never seen him with the slightest little pudge. None whatsoever.
Well, the Google machine says he weighs 150 pounds.
That's so small.
That's
But
so
you got
small.
it. But you're.
so
it's
He's got to
like.
be tall, though, isn't he?
But if
tall?
you're going to be a rock
5'9".
star, you gotta
okay.
stay skinny.
5'9".
You gotta be. That's why Corey Roddick has it figured out.
He's a thin
Right?
man.
That dude's not 18 years old. He has kept it skinny. That's the look. You gotta do it. Jagger, Richards. I guarantee those guys, maybe not Jagger, he's running around, but like Keith Richards and those guys, they're wearing Spanx, something, right? You gotta keep it skinny. You can be fat and still tour, but nobody wants to see that. I'm talking about these like bands that have been around a long, long
Yeah,
time.
old man.
Yes. I mean, sad to finally discover what it was that was keeping Taylor Hawkins so skinny. But again, drummers are moving around the whole time too. You know, frontmen and drummers are the ones doing the most work. So they're the ones getting the most cardio. So anyway, anytime I see Panic at the Disco, pop up. I always think of Poundcake because it's his favorite punk band.
I appreciate that because it is my favorite punk band.
Mm-hmm. Everybody needs a place to go, an evening with Panic at the Disco. I don't know if they intended for that to rhyme, but it does. And so they'll do a live stream on December 7th and 8th. And the tickets are $5, selling digital tickets. So that's something that you can enjoy, Poundcake. You can watch it as though you were there.
I need an alternative. I'm trying to get myself not drinking any alcohol at all, so I'll just watch it with, like, I don't know, a soda or something.
You don't have to have anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say you wouldn't watch a live stream and have drinks, would you?
Well, if it's a concert event spectacular, then yeah, I totally would.
A global live stream.
Concert event spectacular.
I'm not gonna watch an event spectacular stone cold sober.
Yeah.
What are you, crazy?
You gotta have, like,
Why don't you try one of them GHB? No, not GHB.
GHB.
What's the
Wow.
CBD?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
But GHB. No,
Why don't you try one of those GHB drinks there? And
what was that thing that at the last Alan Cox Show comedy tour? I think Gwen ordered it, or I ordered it, but it was like this drink that's supposed to make you feel good, but it wasn't alcohol.
It's like a euphoric
Yeah.
type of thing. It was like
no clue. I guarantee you it wasn't GHB though.
No.
I know that. That's why my wife was asking me for glow sticks all night.
Whatever
Holy
it
cow.
was, I don't know if it worked because I also drank Tito's. So I was feeling
Botanic
good.
Tonics Ritual. That's a non-alcoholic. I think it was like a Kin. Was that the name
Yeah.
of it? Kin Euphorics. Yeah. Where it's supposed to. There's a lot of those out on the market where it's all just like herbal, and it's supposed to make you like feel not drunk,
Not
but
drunk,
like
but just good.
chill
Euphoric.
and happier, and
Yeah.
more at ease. And
Mm-hmm.
they're all natural and whatever.
Placebo.
So I think I'm going to start calling this show a global live stream from now on. The Alan Cox Show global live
We
stream.
got people watching Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah.
is our Antarctica
The
guy
video
still watching?
portion of the show is a global live stream. You can only access the iHeartRadio app in North America and some part. Oh, we do have viewers from around the world, but the listeners are confined to North America. Say again?
Is our Antarctica guy still watching? Or, like, do we know of him?
We haven't heard from him in a long time.
We have not heard. No, that's Chris. He was at McMurdo Station in Antarctica, and about a year and a half ago, there was a fire there. I think I heard from somebody who told me that he was okay, but he's definitely not checking in. But that was a kind of a wild, random connection. I did see, by the way, speaking of December 7th and 8th,
Harbor.
that is when I think a day that will live in, don't tell me, they are going to announce, I believe, the names for the ODOT snowplows.
Oh.
Plank Jackson.
Now, I'm telling you, try to make Plank Jackson happen, Poundcake. You only have a few days left to vote. Sunday, this Sunday is the last day to vote. And a lot of cities do these. For whatever reason, Minneapolis and Minnesota get the lion's share of the attention. But they do it here in Northeast Ohio, too, where they take suggestions from people for what they should name the snow plows. And you have until this Sunday if you want to vote for the ODOT 2022 Name a Snowplow.
I think I have another name that hasn't. I don't think it's been said yet.
What is it?
Scoop Doggy Dog.
Submit it.
Yeah.
It's as good as anything else. The one names from last year were Darth Blader, Oh Snow You Didn't, like it's 1996.
Mike just said it out in front of everybody.
Well, then submit it.
It's not like the person gets credit.
Well,
do they?
but also if a bunch of people like your idea and submit it, it might win.
Okay.
Minnesota has already announced their snowplow names.
Plowy McPlow.
Where's the website that I go to submit?
You want to go to ohioturnpike.org. The class of 2022 Name a Snowplow up there with the Minnesota Department of Transportation. Betty Whiteout, Control Salt Delete. Oh, Scoop Dog.
Oh, damn it! That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, that's Minnesota. Submitted for Ohio.
Okay, I was gonna say it's too. It seems too good to not have been used already. But I had two other ones. One was Bound Chicka Plow Plow,
I think we talked about that.
We did.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's
Submit
a great
it.
one. That one's better.
Yeah.
Yes. Bow Chicka Plow Plow is fantastic.
That's really good. Yeah.
Plowosaurus Rex, the Big Leplowski,
Ooh, I like that.
Blizzard of Oz, No More Mr. Ice Guy,
These are all great.
and Edward Blizzard Hands up there in Minnesota. So, yeah, they do a similar thing here, obviously, with ODOT. And you have until this Sunday to submit something. I mean, can you do better than last year? Because there's only 8 plows that get names. And you always get Plowy McPlowface. People are still drilling that thing into the earth. Snowby 1 Kenobi, Sir Plows a lot. Snow Force 1. I mean, boy, think of the ones they didn't pick. Just terrible, awful submissions. That's what they picked. So,
Nobody cares.
don't be outperformed by Minnesota of all. Minneapolis, a fine city, a fine American city. It has a twin, St. Paul, Minnesota, right next door. I think it would have been awesome if the Twin Cities were at opposite points in the state and then never explained why they were called the Twin Cities. That would have been great. Fraternal Twin Cities. There you go.
The first
They're not even implying that they're identical twins now. They just call them the Twin Cities. They might be fraternal twins. But it would have been great if they had named 2 opposite cities in the state geographically as the Twin Cities.
the first worldwide show I did. What were we calling it?
Global live stream?
Global live stream.
Live stream.
Jesus.
Yep.
I was all excited about it when I was like, man, this is like a nationally syndicated show. And I told you guys about this radio interview I was going to do. Do you remember this? It was out of Minneapolis.
Yes.
And you were like, this is a Facebook show. And I was like, man, like, I would think,
again,
pitch it just like
I
that.
understand.
Global live
Yes,
stream all over the country.
They're not lying.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Back in the day, you had to be syndicated to be heard other places. You do not anymore. Syndication is not a big deal anymore.
Just the way that you looked at me and you're like, Mary, this is on Facebook.
There's a global live stream tonight at 7:45. It's called The Bill Squire Show. Do it on YouTube.
That's right.
I just submitted the one, and then I'll submit.
You submitted Bow Chicka Plow Plow?
Yeah, then I think
that was the best.
I think I did a little bow plow too.
Or Plow Chicka Plow Plow. There's so many different permutations you could do that you should get them in there. Because, I mean, in Michigan, they get about 60,000 votes. And people submit multiple because, you know, they get about 3 times as many votes as they get actual names. So here in Ohio, listen, this show has received a lot of accolades over the years, collectively and individually, for a variety of dubious accomplishments. Let's be real. But
Well,
if
we do be us.
but if
Don't
we
shake your head, Mary.
Can't.
What's your problem? So if it's if our own Pouty Brown, if our own
Everyone's having strokes today.
I know. People don't think it'd be like a bee, but it do. Our own Cody Poundcake helpful Alan Brown. If he gets to name one of these snowplows, that will be an amazing achievement for him. That's something that he'll, I hesitate to say tell his grandkids about. People still love using that phrase. You can tell your grandkids about it. As though your grandkids will care, by the way. Did your grandparents ever tell you a story that you thought was interesting? Probably
My
not.
grandpa was mean. He was a mean,
Was he a drunk?
old man.
Was
no,
he?
he was like a war veteran from Italy.
Oh, so he had seen some things.
He was not a nice person.
And stuck in a marriage.
And he was in his chair.
Yeah.
He was awful.
He was
He
in
died
his
when I was
chair.
little. I think I was like 3 or 4 when he died.
You remember?
That's how mean he was. I remember how mean he was to everybody.
Yeah.
Just always yelling at somebody, or like his legs didn't work, but he would be like,
This was your maternal grandfather?
My
Your-
dad's.
Your dad's dad?
yeah.
Was he Tony Sr.?
No.
Just Tony Sr.
Lou.
Tony.
Was
Was
he
your dad
Lou?
Tony Sr.?
Yeah.
My dad's
Oh,
Tony
he is?
Sr.
Oh,
My
I
brother's Tony Jr.
Ah.
I think his name was Lou.
Usually when they take the legs, it usually makes them a lot nicer.
No, this dude was so mean.
Well, let's just sit with that for a second. I guarantee he doesn't know any double amputees. B,
He had legs. They didn't work.
I understand that, but
usually when they take the legs, it makes them a lot nicer.
I had an uncle.
I would like, okay, here is your one piece of anecdotal evidence.
Yep. Just this
Proceed.
one.
Proceed.
I had an uncle. He was evil. He was the meanest guy I think I ever knew. He was always mean to the kids.
And
mean
he
to his
could
family.
walk, so.
But then he got diabetes, and then he lost. I can't remember if it was. I think it started out with one, and then he ended up losing two. And then he was in a wheelchair. And then my mom made us. He was like, she's like, I don't care how mean he is. He's still your uncle. You're about to go up there and bring him whatever I tell you to. So he was at like a nursing home. We went to go bring him food or something, me and my cousin. And we're like, man, this dude's a dick. Like, he's about to be so mean. And we went up to the front desk, asked for him, and he was there waiting for us. He was like, oh my God, thank you guys so much. Oh, God bless you. And we were like, did they take his soul when they took his legs? We didn't understand why he was like, total transformation. I was like, God has really worked on this man because he was very evil, and then he became like an absolute angel, and then he died. And then so we only got
he
like
literally became an angel as well.
We only got like 2 or 3 years of.
Wow. All right. So he did become a lot nicer because they took his legs.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, your testing supplies may be covered. Here's how it works.
Once you got diabetes, once you got diabetes, once you got diabetes, type 3 diabetes. Once you got diabetes, once you got diabetes, once you got diabetes, type 3 diabetes. I'm getting low, not on the flow. I mean my sugar, man. I make dessert with Splenda and fresh big boogers, man. Might have to take some insulin.
Hey, you guys eat your boogers. What's your excuse?
Trying to get diabetes, I think?
My toes are necrotic. I gotta maintain my circulation so I don't get another amputation. They call me Peg Leg, the diabetic pirate. I'm in the hospital.
I mean, he sounds pretty nice. Peg leg. Maybe Poundcake's right.
Narcotics, so this rap thing blows up so I can get some new legs that's bionic. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. I'm angry, this is all stuff. I have diabetes. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. I'm angry, this is all stuff. I have diabetes. 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 I trusted a fart and shouldn't have. I farted poop. I trusted a fart and shouldn't have.
Seems like it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'll make you mad. Yeah.
Shouldn't have. I farted poop. I trusted a fart and shouldn't have. I farted poop. When my sugar's low, it starts to with my brain. I start seeing faces in my varicose veins. I kick it with Wilford Brimley so I can get my supplies. I'm down to 7 fingers and I'm blind in one eye.
Oh, no. See, that's where you start getting mad. You're down to 7 fingers and blind in one eye. Miles and Charlie there from way back in the day. The bootleg black guys days.
Get you naked and see liver spots. I think a slight hunchback scoliosis is kinda hot. Yeah, type 3 diabetes, that's what I got. I have diabetes.
Why don't they play this in the clubs? Let's send us some attitude. This is a banger, boy. We bring this back.
It reminds me of Lonely Island. And
Those
they
guys a
definitely
couple of
played
ducats. He
Lonely
bites your
Island.
tongue.
I'm saying
Those
that
guys,
they
way more
played-
talented than.
They are, but they played Lonely Island in the club back in 2012. So I don't see why they couldn't do this, is what I'm saying.
All right, well, you might be
I
on
love
something.
a ton of people just screaming out, I have farted poop.
Yeah. Well, listen. It's not the destruction of an existing word. So I can't add it to the Poundcake glossary, but I really do love, usually when they take your legs, you get a lot nicer. That is a great
That's good.
quote.
Poundcake.
It's fantastic.
It can give you perspective or it can make you more bitter.
Yes.
For my grandpa, more bitter.
More bitter.
Yes. I risked my legs for this country.
He was in World War II.
I think he was in World War One.
World War I. Oh, yeah, right. He would have been in World War
Dude.
One. Yes.
Like, this guy was born, like, in the literal 1900s.
Wow, look at him. So
Yeah.
he would have hated the band Franz Ferdinand.
Hold on, let's not gloss over that.
No, because now TikTok kids are like, oh, if you're born in the 1900s, meaning like 1999.
You mean
Right,
early
it's-
1900s?
Yeah, he was born in like
the
19
early 1900s
yeah.
is different than just the literal 1900s.
Not like, I mean, not like Gen Z means
Right.
it.
He was like a
Not-
teenager
yeah.
in World War I.
Right,
yeah,
right.
All right, let me take a break here. I want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. I'll have another $1,000 for you to win. Another keyword to go fund yourself at 3:30. And right after this break, if you want to get yourself to the magic of lights, it is that time of year again, and I'll get you hooked up with some passes for that.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app. end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
About 6 minutes from now, another keyword to go fund yourself. It's $1,000 attached to every one of those. No reason you can't put that in your pocket. So I'll have that for you shortly. We're going to get to Perez Bilton's hot celebrity goss a little later on in the show. We're going to have Alter Ego passes for you. 510 rather, is when I'll hand off another trip to L.A. It's mid-January. It's not far off. And it is our annual alternative festival. It's at the Kia Forum in L.A. It's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's Jack White. It's Muse, Fall Out Boy, Phoenix, many, many more. So you and a friend will fly you out, put you up, give you $1,000. So 510 on this show all this week. But you can win with Rover. You can win with Stansbury. Just keep your ears peeled for those. Cavaliers will play tomorrow night. They're hoping to break their losing streak. Whether or not they will do it against the first-place Bucks, who knows? But they're going to try. So tomorrow night, 8 o'clock here on MMS. Cavs, Bucks in Milwaukee on the Buzzard. I was reading about how, you know who Larsa Pippen is?
Yeah.
She's kind of a socialite. I don't know if she's done reality television or what, but she's Scottie Pippen's ex-wife. And she's dated a lot of people in the interim. She's pushing 50, but she looks good. You know, she's pretty foxy. And the rumor is that she is dating Michael Jordan's son.
Not even a rumor. It's confirmed.
Man, you know, Pippen and Jordan famously are not the best of friends. You know, that was no secret. It was kind of driven home in that Michael Jordan 30 for 30. Scottie Pippen doesn't think that he gets nearly enough credit for his contributions to the championship Bulls. His thought is, Jordan couldn't have done it without me. And he's probably right.
And he didn't do it without him.
Right.
Pippen was there for every single one.
Yep, he was. And then I think Scottie went to the Blazers or something. He kind of finished. He left, got paid for a couple of years.
Yeah, he went to, I think he went, where'd he go?
I thought he went to Portland.
Portland, and then the Rockets.
So Larsa Pippen, who is 48, is dating 31-year-old Michael Jordan Jr. Oh, I'm sorry, Marcus Jordan.
Yeah.
Who is, of course, the son of Michael Jordan.
He is a sneaker guy. He's got a show, or a room, a store called Trophy Room.
Mm-hmm.
And they do collaborations with Jordan and high fashion type stuff.
Now, the super fun part of this story is that Larsa Pippen used to babysit him.
Oh, come on.
You know, I don't recall, when I was a kid, my parents didn't go out very often, so it wasn't like we had babysitters all the time. But I do remember on a couple of occasions having a babysitter. I remember one female babysitter, and I remember one male babysitter. I don't even know how common male babysitters were then in the late 70s, and I certainly don't think they're that common now. It seems to be largely the domain of just young girls babysitting. I don't know why that is, but I do remember we had a male babysitter for a stretch, a guy named Peter, and he was always trying to give me a bath. I don't know what that was. Nevertheless,
you know what
all
it was.
I know is because when you're a kid, you think that your babysitter is like 40.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
You're
they're
like
probably
13
years old. Yeah, like Gwen babysat when she was younger, and she's like, it's amazing the people who would let a 12 or 13-year-old girl watch their kids.
Yeah. I did it for the kids across the street.
Did you?
They were like 3 and 6, and I was like 12. And they would, you know, it was never for anything long, a couple hours if they had to go to the grocery store, go to dinner or something like
Just
that.
make sure they don't die.
Right. That's really all it is.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to put them to bed. You don't have to do anything. Just, you have to feed them. They're all ready to go. Just
I'd
watch a
kids
movie.
for families in the church from time to time. Like, I would be a babysitter. And it was just because they were out of options.
Yeah.
And so they're like,
See, I was a person.
Bill's available. So and then my parents would volunteer me and be like, hey, you're babysitting the Griffin's kids tonight. So go over there. But they also, this family in particular had two like high energy boys,
Like Nimrod and Nimtod?
Yeah, so they like that I would go over there and wear them out.
Yeah, rough them up and play. And
Yeah. I would just take them into the backyard and be like, okay, go. And they're like, go where? I'm like, just go. And they
Do
just
whatever
run
you
around and jump. I'm like, all right, now we got to do jump. Now I got to get down on the ground and then get back up off the ground. And you just keep them busy.
You really put them through the ringer. Wear them out.
Yeah, they just need to move.
Would
They had a
parents
lot of
pay?
energy.
Would parents pay a premium for children that were ready to go to sleep when they got home?
not to me, no.
Because, you know, the stereotype of the babysitter is the kids are running around and she's watching TV. You know,
Yeah.
back in the day, it was like she's calling her friends on the landline.
boyfriend
now she's on her
over.
phone. Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. Well, Larsa and Scottie Pippen were married for almost a quarter century, and they have 4 kids together. And since then, they've been divorced for a few years, and since then she's dated her way through a string of rappers and whatever. I think she was banging Tristan Thompson for a hot minute. I mean, the
Actually,
law
that
of
was
averages
before.
would stand a reason that she did. What?
That was actually before he got with Chloe. It's rumored that Chloe was introduced to Tristan by Larsa.
Larsa Pippen.
So she had him before.
Yeah. So it stands to reason that she and Scottie Pippen probably have kids the same age as Marcus Jordan. So who knows? Maybe these two, maybe he's the one. Maybe Michael Jordan's kid is the true love that Larsa Pippen has been looking for. It is crazy, though, how all these, like, wags and socialites, they all look exactly the same. They all look like Kim Kardashian. They all have, it's like Westworld. They just made one over and over and over again. And even if you weren't made like that, that's the template. That's what everybody aspires to look like. Make me look like Kim Kardashian. All of her sisters did it. Her mom tried to do it.
It's the Hollywood look.
It is now. But imagine, but it wasn't for a long time. Imagine being the OG for the Hollywood look. And that's Kim Kardashian.
I think that's why she gets so mad when people like imitate her look. Like that's why Kanye.
Yeah, she made fun of her own sisters in her SNL monologue.
Yeah.
For just that. And she should. Because she's kind of like the, whatever her doctor did for her and to her, and what she continues to do to keep herself in that shape is, it's flawless. It's utterly flawless. Flawless.
But it's problematic though. It
Without
looks good.
flaws.
Okay.
Sans flaws. No flaws to be found, whether she's got makeup on or not. You want to see Kylie with no makeup? Holy cow. You want to see Kim with no makeup? Doesn't look that different. So whatever carving they did, 0 flaws in that woman. Right.
0.
I got to give you some money here. It is $1,000, a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Christina Applegate has gotten a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Yay. And this is the first public appearance that she's made since her MS really kind of started to kick in. She made mention that this girl's been through the ringer, boy. She had breast cancer or something a few years ago. Yeah, and she just keeps getting knocked down and getting back up. She's married to Martina Lenoble, I think, who was the longtime bass player for Jane's, I think, or Porno for Pyro, something. And a couple of weeks ago, because she's getting ready to drop this last season of Dead to Me on Netflix, she publicly told people, I want you to be prepared for what I look like because I can't walk without a cane and I've put on 40 pounds. And so she was surrounded by friends and family at this Hollywood Walk. She's not infirmed. I mean, she's not, but Katie Segal was standing next to her. She was Peg Bundy, of course, and she's standing next to her and kind of making sure that she stays vertical. Did you see this? You see any of this ceremony here?
I didn't see any of it, but I'm looking at it right now. But I'm looking at it, and she looks like she put on a little bit of weight, but she still looks
great.
like herself.
Christina Applegate. I'll play it for you here if you're watching the live stream.
The most important person in this world is my daughter. You are so much more You are so much more than even you know. You are so beautiful and kind and loving and smart and interesting, and I am blessed every day that I get to wake up and take you to your school and do what I have. You are my everything. Thank you for standing beside me through all of this. Oh, by the way, I have a disease. Anyway, did you not notice? What? I'm not even wearing shoes.
Mm-hmm. So there she is. I thought she had like a grown daughter. Unless she was like, you're my best friend. Her daughter's 11. She's still a kid.
That's a lot of presumption for an 11-year-old. That kid could turn out to be a real dud.
Well, she's just saying right now.
Right now you're great. You could be a pill down the road, but what do I know?
At least she's got nice feet.
Yeah.
I guess.
Could you imagine getting your picture taken in front of your Walk of Fame star? And it's like, damn, she could have did something. Got a pedicure first.
She could have did something.
She could have did something.
God. Without flaws, Alan, you're smoking crack.
No, she's
Kardashians are disgusting. Kim's ass is gross. What are you, black?
Oh,
wow. Okay.
Sheesh. If only black men like Kim Kardashian, she wouldn't be as famous as she is.
Listen, I get what they're saying. I mean, they have a proclivity towards, rappers and ballers and
Probably
whatever.
got a little mean for talking like that.
But still, I happen to find Kim Kardashian to be endlessly attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Gorgeous. Like the cut of her jib.
But she's crazy short, though.
Who
my height.
cares?
She's 5'2".
She could be waist high. I'll like her
Crazy
even more.
short,
That's
as
not that
Poundcake
short.
would say. Crazy short.
Dead to Me is a garbage show.
It's so
Disregarding
good.
the
You're
MS,
such a
Christina
liar.
Applegate is a terrible actor. Boy, we got some people texting today with knives out. Yeah.
Is this the same person?
No, different people.
Oh,
We
wow.
got a handful of people who are having a bad day. And frankly, I'm happy to be your sounding board. Alan, we had a babysitter steal our Christmas gifts. Yeah, but they know who you are. So how did that work?
But think about
How would a
maybe that
babysitter
babysitter
steal?
needed 'em.
I'm going to need to know more. How did the babysitter steal your Christmas gifts? You probably didn't get a sitter off Facebook or Nextdoor, depending on how long ago it was. Christina Applegate is still foxy AF, even if she looks like Amy Schumer. Ooh. Well, listen, it's a what do you want?
That was the meanest text yet.
Meanest one yet.
It was supposed to be complimentary.
By the way, speaking of, I'll connect it to Christina Applegate, but somebody turned me on to a great. It's fall, right? And all the things that come with fall, people go, let's go to the apple orchard. Let's do this. I love an apple. Somebody turned me on to the Apple Rankings website. Their tagline is, "You've been eating trash."
Oh, goodness.
And they've officially ranked about 100 types of apple. The very top of the list starts with, they're called superb. The very bottom, which gets a score of 19, is referred to as vomitous filth.
Ew.
The Newtown Pippin apples, which they refer to, taste like Long Island sand-filled condoms.
Jeez.
So if you, listen, my favorite apple comes in at number 2, which made me very happy. 2. Yes.
Which
Honey
is?
Crisp apples.
Everyone loves a Honey Crisp.
Yes, because they're delicious.
My favorite, I'm
not an apple hipster.
Granny Smith girl. Through and through.
That ends
like
up
that
in
tart.
that ends up in yellow. Granny, does it, or red? Granny Smith is at the very top of the red. Pure shrimp apples is what that section's called. Scores of 53, not worth eating. Granny
love
Smith
Granny
apples.
Smith. It's the
I
only
do
ones I'll
too.
eat.
Yeah.
I do too. The very, very top apple. Again, people can go to applerankings.com if they really want to. The greatest apple of all time is called a Sweet Tango apple. It gets a superb score of 93. I've never heard of that before.
I've had those. They're very good.
Yeah, but who put this together?
Don't ask.
Someone that doesn't like
Somebody
good
who
apples.
knows apples. Kanzi apples. I'd never heard of those before either, but I just saw them at Giant Eagle the other day. That's called the European Party apple. My wife is partial to pink ladies, by the way. Those are at the very bottom of the green. They score 80. And then you get into the yellow, which is mediocre. Your red is pure shrimp apples. That's where you're going to find Cameos and Granny Smiths and Fuji. See, I love a Fuji apple too.
As long as an apple's crisp, I don't like a
Mealy.
Macintosh.
No, or
is
like a
garbage.
gold. When I was a kid, we got red and golden delicious. It's like these people that are trying to convince me about the stupid apples that taste like grapes or some crap. They're called graples, I think. They sell them in the hard plastic clamshell. I go, I don't
want an
need
apple
fruit
now.
to taste like other fruit.
Right. I eat probably at least three green apples a week.
I'm always cutting up an apple for my daughter. Always.
That's one fruit we always have in the house. Apples, bananas, and strawberries are almost
Yes.
95% of the time we have those in the house.
Because an apple a day,
Keeps the poop away.
pretty good.
What?
Oh, what?
The what?
What?
Keeps what poop away?
What? Whose poop?
Do you not want to poop?
What are you talking about?
Keeps the poop away.
No, this is exterior poop.
I pooped my
Oh, it's a
pants.
poop repellent.
I ate
Yeah.
too much corn.
Wow.
If you eat an
Exterior
apple,
poop.
there won't be other people's poop in your life.
Oh.
I have hot snakes, you guys.
What's hot snakes?
It's when the diarrhea comes out like a hot snake.
Andy!
I get hot snakes and bubble gut.
Andy, stop talking about hot snakes.
The very bottom of the red list here, Cortland apples, which I see a lot of. Those are referred to as a damp hacky sack. Red delicious apples are described as coffee grinds in a leather glove. And Arkansas black apples, which are called a teeth-shattering oddity. So anyway, AppleRankings.com. Whoever turned me on to that, you know my affinity for apples. You know, apples are called nature's candy.
No, they're not.
Are you certain?
No.
I'm very certain.
It smells like the devil pinched off a loaf in here.
Okay. Anywho, I've got a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch the show. And wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. The Buzzard can. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
He's 35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. If you need to hit me up on social or watch the show there, you can. Thank you to Tonk Masella again for helping out in the video department. Cavaliers will play tomorrow night. They're going to be in Milwaukee to play the first place Bucks. So it'll be a nice night for them to be able to beat them and break their losing streak. Also, 8 o'clock here on The Buzzard is when you'll be able to hear that game. I was following up on the Jay Leno stuff, and I was most curious why they weren't referring to the friend who he credits with saving his life. They only refer to him by his first name, and I'm curious who it is. I mentioned yesterday Jay Leno had canceled an event last minute, and it's because he had to be taken to a burn unit. He had serious burns on his face. He was working on a car, one of his many, many cars in the garage. It was a 1907 steam car. And I guess there was a gasoline leak or something that sprayed, and then there was a spark, and it lit his face up. He was fixing a clogged fuel line, and I guess he fixed it, and whatever was in there came out, and something sparked, and he had serious burns to his face that will likely require skin grafts. And Leno keeps saying, listen, Jay Leno, one of the premier comedians of his time. So, as you well know, he is well-versed in, sick burns.
Ooh.
But
there's a headline for you, Jay.
But he's at the Grossman Burn Center, which is called the best burn unit in the United States. I mean, listen, if you've got to be at a burn unit, you're going to want to be at the best one in the country. And as Herschel Walker says, we are the best country in the United States.
We are.
No lies. He didn't tell any lies there.
But Jay Leno keeps saying, my friend Dave saved my life. I want to know who Dave is.
David Letterman.
They're not friends.
Maybe they are now.
Yeah.
Oh, could you imagine if David Letterman saved Leno's life?
It's a full circle ending.
Yeah, he jumped on him and smothered the flames, is what he said. Leno has put out a statement saying, I got some serious burns. I'm okay. I just need a week or two to get back on my feet. He's always working. Famously married for decades, no kids. Spends all his time writing material and performing and working on these goddamn cars. And they said that he will need skin grafts. So do you think that there's an opportunity there to make him look different? Because they said that the fire did not affect his eye or ear on whatever side of his body that happened.
Give him Nick Cage's face. Face off, too.
This is kind of what I'm saying, is along those lines. I don't know.
I don't think he's not going to look the same.
Yeah.
I mean, even with all the money he has, they can only do so much when it comes to
It's your
skin grafts
skin.
and burns.
Especially on your face, dude.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, everyone's best, of course, to Jay Leno.
Well,
But
the best thing is he can do a new special. It can be called Let's Face It.
Bill Squire's Christmas Kwanzaa is coming up on December the 16th.
That's right.
He could do that.
Comedy special Pure BS next Tuesday, 1 week away.
Wow.
Very exciting.
9 p.m. premiere on my YouTube channel, Bill Squire.
Next Tuesday, of course, we're a short week for the holiday next week. We're only here Monday and Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So before we leave for the remainder of the holiday week, you'll be able to get all the deets as the kids say. Kids
Now-
still say deets?
Yeah.
On Pure BS.
I'll be in Nashville broadcasting live.
Oh, good. You'll be able to watch it because it's a global
live stream.
Ah.
A global live stream.
It's a global premiere, and you'll be able to watch it wherever you're at. So please do. And you're probably going to be at, the comedy club around then.
I'll be at Zany's, yeah.
Zany's.
I don't think they'll cancel the show to project it, but I'll ask.
I mean, you can just tell everybody in the audience to turn it on.
Okay,
During
on
your
their
set.
phone.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
And just
Well, you
play
see-
it loudly. Me and the team, you weren't here, but I have a
Bill
team.
has a team now.
Oh, I did
Yep.
not
I'm
know
gonna take that LLC.
And they advise him. He has a limited liability crew. You have a limited liability corporation. His team is advising him on matters both personal and professional.
Yes. Well, that's good for you, dude. I hope that they know what they're talking about.
So far, they're pretty good.
Will you run into Steve Byrne at all in Nashville?
He was
It's his hometown
actually
now.
on the same show as me last time I was there.
Yeah.
So maybe. He did not remember me. And he and
Really?
we talked about this on air, that
Did
I
we?
was like, we've
I
worked
don't remember
together.
that.
He and I have worked together like 5 times. And he looked at me and he was
On
like,
the Alan Cox Show comedy tour.
we worked together on and we've worked together at
Yes,
Hilarities
that's what
several
I'm
times.
saying,
He's
like,
been
yeah.
in here. I've gone out drinking with him. And he looks at me and goes, do I know you? And I was like, yep.
You do.
Mhm.
Yeah, you do.
We've met so many times.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see. If
We
he
were
is
just
there, we'll see if he actually remembers.
We were just
this
texting
time.
the other night. I'll text him and go, hey, make sure that you're. Mary is in here crying
I'm
that
not
you don't
crying.
ever. Please, buddy,
No.
please remember her. I shouldn't have said that out loud. I should have just made it sound natural when he walks up to you and he goes, Mary.
Oh, look at me.
I know,
Just remembering you.
Star the global live stream. So Mary will be here from Nashville Monday and Tuesday.
Yes.
And hey, speaking of Burns, there's something that's going around that I thought was kind of funny. It was, who said it? Have you seen Who Said It? Elon Musk or C. Montgomery Burns?
God.
Because a lot of people have.
This is amazing.
A lot of people have likened Elon Musk, of course, to like a modern day villain. You know, he's not as bright as he thinks he is. He just got a lot of his daddy's money and doesn't really know how to run things. Had probably a couple of good ideas along the way. So somebody did Who Said It, Elon Musk or Mr. Burns? And I can give you these if you guys
Yes.
want to guess.
Oh, yes,
Well,
please.
Bill's
just-
gonna. Can you answer last? Because
Yes.
you're gonna know. Because you're such a Simpsons,
Simpsons, yeah.
guy.
Does Poundcake want to be in on this? He doesn't have to, but he certainly
I'll do
can.
it. Why not?
Okay. Oppression and harassment are a small price to pay to live in the land of the free. Is that C. Montgomery Burns or Elon Musk? Now, mind you, I don't know the answers to these.
Okay.
I'm going to click them. It's going to tell me if I'm right.
Okay, I think that's Montgomery Burns.
You think that it's C. Montgomery Burns.
Yes.
Poundcake, your thoughts?
C. Montgomery Burns.
I'm going to go Burns.
You're going to go Burns. It is. Oh, C. Montgomery Burns. There you go.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, I guess I have to do them all. What, I got to do them all first? I don't want to do that.
How many are there?
There's like 10.
It's not that many.
But I don't want to do them all for, I'm trying to keep score here.
You want me to keep score?
No.
Okay.
It's dumb.
We're all right so far.
All right so far. Right. Everybody got that one correct. Yes.
Excellent.
The politicians and unelected bureaucrats who stole our liberty should be tarred, feathered, and thrown out of town.
Elon.
Elon.
I'm going to go Elon, too.
Yes, correct.
Excellent.
That was Elon Musk. I think. I got to do these all at once here. Hold on. Here's what I'm going to do.
You're going to answer them all?
Yeah, I'm going to answer them all so then I can come back and tell you. Hold on. You know I'm terrible at math and I'm terrible at games because the games, as much as I love doing them, I'm terrible at doing them because, here we go. Let me find out here who's who and then we'll go from there. Okay, here we go. So the last one you said, the politicians, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
That's correct. Here you go. I'm not the thief, the government is. Every year you make hardworking Joes like my reporter friend here pay income taxes. Like the language there might be a gimme.
Yeah, that's Burns.
C. Montgomery Burns.
Yep, Burns. I remember the
Yes, it is.
episode.
That's right.
Excellent.
$1 trillion
That is
episode.
him.
And Homer's posed as a reporter.
Uh-huh.
Excellent.
If there was a way that I could not eat.
I'm going to write the best damn article.
If there was a way that I could not eat so I could work more, I would not eat. Is that Burns or Musk?
Elon.
Yeah, that's Musk.
Yep.
Oh, good for you guys.
These are pretty easy.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
Stop doing that.
What?
Excellent. Excellent.
You don't like it?
It's his catchphrase.
I should be able to run over as many kids as I want. I think, yeah, that
Burns,
one's pretty simple there.
Excellent.
There will be no Mars if we let them take our freedom away. Boy, these are easy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Elon Musk. Yeah.
It's like every other one is like excellent.
Sorry. That's my lesson for taking a vacation. Vacations will kill you.
Musk.
Elon Musk.
Excellent. Family, religion, friendship. These are the three demons you must slay if you wish to succeed in business.
Burns.
Burns.
Boy, that's...
Excellent.
I would tell those people they will get to see their families a lot when we go bankrupt.
Elon.
Ooh, that one's tough.
That's a tough one.
I'm just going to say Elon. Screw it.
I'll go Elon too.
I'm going to go Burns.
Bill is incorrect. I'm sorry.
Ahoy, ahoy.
You guys are correct, yes.
Excellent.
If you can take advantage of a situation in some way, it's your duty as an American to do it.
Ooh, Elon.
Wait, what was it again?
If you can take advantage of a situation in some way, it's your duty as an American to do it.
Yeah, Elon. That sounds like something Elon would say.
I'll go Elon.
Oh, sorry.
Ahoy, ahoy.
C. Montgomery Burns.
Oh,
said
an idiot.
that. And finally, morons, pathetic morons in my employ, stealing my precious money.
That could be either, honestly.
I'm going to go with Burns.
Burns, yes, correct. Well, there you go.
Excellent.
I guess not as difficult as I thought it would be, but...
and I lost.
Bill lost. I mean, we all won because we got to play Elon or Burns. From all of us here at the Alan Cox Show. Thank you. We'll see you next time. Okay.
That's the part where we talk, but there's no sound.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're
right.
just going, hey,
We're just chatting each other
yeah.
up, and yeah, it's
Shaking
all good.
hands
Yeah,
and
shaking
hugging.
hands,
Right.
pretending
I
to.
thought I had that one Elon one, but
So crazy.
you tricked me there.
That's right.
My boyfriend's not on Twitter, so I was explaining to him what's been going on and how, like, this verification process is a nightmare and how that one company lost $16 billion in one day. And he's like, so
Eli
like,
Lilly.
Yeah, the insulin people or whatever. And he was like trying to wrap his mind around what is happening. I'm like, I don't think anybody can, to be honest with you. He's like, so he's just like, he bought it to run it into the ground. I'm like, that's kind of what it seems like.
No, he bought it because he was going to be Johnny Big Balls and then try to get out of it.
Mhm.
And he couldn't get out of it. So he was forced to purchase it.
Yeah, he was
and now he's like,
trying to bluff.
I never wanted this. So I don't have any interest in messing around with this, blah, blah, blah. So that's what's happening. They're losing $4 million a day.
And that verification thing couldn't have
It's
gone
so horrible.
so poorly.
Someone, I was looking at a thread today where somebody put together like all the best ones.
Mhm.
They said they took 2 hours to explain it to their mom. So they like put together all the best ones. And the one was, and Elon Musk was like, sure, I could have cured world hunger with $44 billion, but instead I decided to waste my money and ask you guys for $8. And we're just like, God, this is so bad.
Yeah. We've been sold a bill of goods with all these so-called geniuses, by the way. Because even a business school student, first-year MBA, is going to go, yeah, don't spend $44 billion on something that bleeds money and was never profitable. You don't have to be the king of financial literacy to figure that one out.
But if you got it like that, why not? You got a cool toy that everybody else wants to play with.
Yeah, but in the process, you're firing tens of thousands of people.
You got it like
Did
right
you see
before
that
the
TikTok
holidays.
of the guy who got the meme email? Did you guys talk about this?
No.
I'll send it to you. It's insane. This guy is on TikTok showing people how, I guess we don't have to play it, but how he got fired. And it's literally a meme of Elon Musk saying, it's time for you to leave the nest. You're fired, with like Elon's laughing face. And he was like, this can't be real. There's no way that this is, I've been working here for 5 years. Like, and he talked to like a bunch of other engineers and they're like, oh no, this is 100% real. Like we got the same meme, but just different words essentially.
Well, my thought is always, if you're working for essentially like a tech app or a company, they're all faceless anyway. You got Zuckerberg at Facebook. You had, Jack Dorsey for a long time at Twitter, Biz Stone, those early guys. But they're essentially faceless companies. So if you're going to be fired, who really cares how they do it? You go, what's my severance situation? It's where they try to screw you on money that you got a problem.
Well, he was
I've been fired in the course of my career. I don't care how they do it. Yeah, there are more deft ways to do it, but not every
meme of the owner's laughing face.
Elon Musk is clearly on the spectrum, and he has no interest whatsoever in engaging people in a way that normal humans would engage each other. So he's sending out meme emails, you're fired, blah, blah. So whatever.
And like, it's not even just that. It's people who are just disagreeing with him on Twitter. Like the one guy, he went viral on TikTok too because Elon said something about the reason why the Android app runs so slow. And the guy who created the Android app was like, no, that's not true.
He fired the engineer who called him out publicly.
Yeah, and so then he fired him, and everyone's like, is this real? And then he went viral on Twitter because he's like, yep, I'm locked out of my MacBook. Like, apparently I'm fired 6 hours later.
Maybe don't call out your boss publicly.
Well, when your boss is an idiot.
Right, but you shoot him an inter-office email. I mean, you might be one of the last dudes standing. It's not like Twitter's going to fire everybody. They're going to have some people there. I would never publicly tweet about my boss and then expect to still have
it here.
Yeah, we
do it
talk about
on
it
air. Yeah.
behind closed doors.
No, we talk about here.
No, you made me do it on air.
Yeah.
You made me call out Keith on air.
Yes, because he stole your drink.
I guess.
That's right.
That was fun.
But that's not you going, he doesn't know what he's doing here. You know what I mean? That wasn't a business criticism.
Yeah.
That was
personal.
Yeah, I had a beverage and I think he snaked it. This time it's personal.
I made the analogy on Twitter today where I was like, because there's so many Elon Musk fanboys who are like, Twitter's never been this active. People are spending more time on Twitter now than ever. His business plan is working. And I made this stupid analogy where I was like, you guys sound like the people who are like, yeah, but Hitler was a great public speaker. Am I right? Like, you're ignoring all the bad things.
People.
Well, and everyone's like, oh, we're all Nazis because we like Elon Musk. Is that what I was like, no, I'm saying you're making light of a pretty serious situation. I'm not saying it's like
hurting
the Holocaust,
Tesla,
but
too, because Tesla is turning into a megamobile.
It's insane.
So
it's insane.
It's really kind of flipped the script on people buying Teslas. People are telling me, by the way, that guy is a comedian and that's fake.
What?
That there's a third video that explains that he's trolling or he's doing something.
Are you talking about Matt Shaver?
Oh, is he not a real?
He's a comedian from Cleveland.
I didn't know that.
I saw that video.
You're the number
That's the one I saw.
You're the top female comedian in Cleveland.
I had no idea
and
that
you
this
don't
wasn't
know
real.
who the other Cleveland comedian. This is the deal, Bill. All of a sudden, she's
What an
big
idiot.
time in
To the
everybody.
people
Big time in everybody.
What an idiot. I thought it was real.
I thought he was doing a parody of that.
No, I thought that's the video I saw that has 19 million views. It went crazy viral.
Yeah. That's he's been on High and Dry before. I'm pretty sure you've met him.
Probably. I'm very disconnected. Well, screw me then. Everything I say is stupid. What an idiot. God, I'm so dumb.
You just have to stay true to your roots, man.
My roots are not asking more questions.
I know. No follow-up.
So I did. I
follow-
followed it. I re-spit it out onto the radio and then didn't say anything else.
Yeah.
I'm commenting. Mary thought this was real.
You did?
With a ha?
Yeah.
Ha, Mary thought this was real.
I did. I 100% did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt's a funny dude.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, now you know.
Now we know.
And you don't have to continue.
I've shown so many people that video.
Look at this. Yeah, but that's good. You're disseminating comedy.
Yeah.
That's what a comedian does.
Sure.
You did it unwittingly.
Uh-huh.
But you have still, nevertheless.
I helped.
Yeah, you gotten the word out. And people go, oh, and not one person said, hey, that dude is one of your peers?
Nope.
That dude's a comic? Because I'm not familiar with
He
him
doesn't do
either,
a lot
but-
of stand-up anymore. He'll pop by from time to time, but he's mostly doing these things on TikTok.
Mhm.
But, I mean, he's got almost
It's
200,000
working.
followers.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, you don't have to get on stage anymore.
Yeah.
You
Sure.
can do TikTok. Well, good for him. And good for our own Mary Sand. No wonder Steve Byrne doesn't remember you.
Wow. Yeah, that's it.
Nah. He goes, my friend Matt Stainer is...
Shaver.
My friend Matt Schaefer is a guy...
Shaver.
Shaver?
Yeah.
My friend Matt Shaver said, third time's a charm. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and I'll have another $1,000 for you at 4:30 when we get back here. If you've been hitting me up for that Rock Revolution tour, it's Skillet and Theory of a Dead Man coming through soon. I will have those tickets for you coming back too.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
LA Alter Ego. Featuring Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Standing in line to see the show tonight.
Fall Out Boy.
Jack White.
What's the trick?
Muse will be on the stage.
No one's gonna take me alive.
Phoenix. Churches.
Beach Weather. And Rosalind.
Alter. Hell yeah, you want to go?
Ego 2023. Presented by Capital One.
So this year we had to set the bar even higher.
Tickets are completely sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Listen for keywords to win your VIP trip right here, and we'll see you
Saturday,
January 14th.
Kia Forum, LA.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
WMMS weather.
Rain and snow showers overnight, a low in the low 30s. Wednesday, more rain and snow, high in the upper 30s. Thursday, chance of snow, high in the mid 30s.
This report is sponsored by Tipico Sportsbook. Nothing beats the Ohio home field advantage. Go to winohio.com or download the Tipico Sportsbook app. You can win free bets, prizes, and a
back to the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Some of the best mashups, and I'm a sucker for one and all. They come from DJ Cummerbund. They come from Bill McClintock. And I don't know if either of them are behind the There I Ruined It Instagram and YouTube channel.
I enjoy that.
I love There I Ruined It. This guy takes songs and pitches them up and down so that they match another completely different song entirely. And that one there, Curb Your Sandman. It's There I Ruined It. He did a collaboration with, he combined a bunch of songs that had crazy in the lyrics. Pitches them up and down, sets them all to the same music, mashes them all up.
I remember when I lost my mind. Got me looking so crazy right now. Your love's got me looking so crazy. I go crazy. Cause that make me crazy. So crazy right now. You drives me crazy. Bless your soul.
That's pretty good, boy. There's some Gnarls Barkley in there. There's Ozzy. There's Beyonce, who got herself another record number of Grammy nominations, I heard, for people who are still paying attention to that. Aerosmith, Ozzy, Fine Young Cannibals. So There I Ruined It on Instagram. There's an underscore in between each word in that tag. It's great. And they have a YouTube channel, too. But Curb Your Enthusiasm I just played, Enter Sandman. He has Alicia Off Keys. Hold on, I haven't heard all of them.
Oh, that's bad. That's how I sing.
And they do that thing where they cut to Tom Hanks in the audience at the Oscars and the meme faces. Anyway, I like that a lot. I'll have another $1,000 for you in about 5 minutes here. We'll also get to Perez Bilton's Hot Celebrity Goss.
Mm-hmm.
It is, we do it on Tuesdays because a lot of times Mary is gone the tail end of the week, and it's her favorite segment. We used to do Hot Celebrity Goss on Friday, but she was absent so many of those, and she finally called me.
I did.
I remember this was on a Sunday night. It was some months ago. And
had just landed.
She had just landed. She had a little bit of time in the airport terminal. And I could tell she was welling up over the phone when she was talking to me, and not the normal Mary cry. It was more of a
real one. This is a real one.
It
Yeah.
was more of a soft sob.
This isn't the one. This isn't one of her on-air attention cries.
Right. They're different.
This was a legitimate something's going on here cry. And she said, "Could you please, I never asked you for anything, Alan," which is true. She said, "Could you please do Perez Bilton's Hot Celebrity Goss earlier in the week?" And I initially resisted. I said, "Nope, I've got everything laid out the way I want it, and I just can't go changing things because you asked me." But I could tell that it was important to her.
Because I already missed the get down.
She missed the get down. She was still
Which are like 1A and 1B.
On my favorite things ever. All things considered.
I remember that her father's death was still very fresh. And so, yes, did it hit me just at the right time? It did. In fact, as I recall, I paid for your Uber home that night. I felt so bad.
It was so sad.
And now, just to be a dick, I did give the guy 1 star. Nevertheless,
It's okay. Goes on your account. Not mine.
Bill Perez Bilton's Hot Goss in a few minutes. You can, if you listen to us, by the way, on iHeartRadio, on the app there, and you do it out of state, or wherever, even locally, a lot of people, you can leave us wherever you are, a little talk-back messages there.
What up, gang? Just listening to the section yesterday about hot Santas, and I, too, have a beef with hot Jesus. I work in nursing homes, and I see a lot of very Catholic, Lutheran or whatever, mostly Catholic though, women with hot, hunky, chest-ripped, abbed-out Jesus. Doesn't make sense.
Isn't that just regular Jesus? I mean, it's kind of a cliche joke, but the Jesus has got abs.
But
and
they're sexualizing Jesus, and that's
I don't think the old ladies of the nursing home are sexualizing Jesus. I think
we finally get a man to look at.
I think there are probably a lot of crucifixes around, and Jesus was thin. They were just eating fish.
Right.
And he's all abbed out.
I mean, it's one thing to be thin, but he's all muscly, too.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
You know how
Skinny ripped.
You know all those dopes that put Trump's head on Stallone's body?
Yeah.
Right?
With like all the ammo.
Yeah, of course, because that's what he looks like.
I love it.
That sounds like what he's describing about Jesus at the nursing home.
Have you seen Korean Jesus? He is.
I call him Kim Jong-un, Bill.
He is like jacked like The Rock.
Korean
Jesus.
Yeah.
Google Korean
He's
Jesus.
breaking off the cross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Shredded. What about touchdown Jesus?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Korean
Didn't
Jesus
that
sculpture.
burn down? Touchdown Jesus that was over in Dayton, around Dayton area.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, touchdown
Why
Jesus.
did they make him look like that? Korean Jesus. I just pulled up this sculpture.
Because nobody really knows what he looked like, other
That's
than,
what
of
they
course,
want.
he was black. But they don't really, yes, I know. They don't really know what he looked like. So they can pretty much do whatever they want to with him.
Whack that!
So if they're going to make them all, my question would just be, how are you trying to explain that he got that way?
Push-ups. Like arm
Push-ups.
Faith. True faith. Faith without works are dead. So he had faith that he could get jacked, and then he followed the right diet and got there.
The right diet. Well, it was the Mediterranean diet,
Gains,
and they say
bro.
that is the best one for you. Yeah, the poster I usually see is him breaking off the cross and says, F your sins, I'm getting the hell out of here. So if you can't agree with that, I don't know what, you know. So, yeah.
There
Buff
was,
Korean Jesus.
There was a lot of art that we had for like Mormon stuff. And Jesus was always very attractive. Kind of more of the like Obi-Wan Kenobi looking, like not the old one, but the Ewan McGregor one. But then there was just like a lot of characters from the Book of Mormon and the Bible, and they do these paintings, and these dudes were shredded.
You have to keep the women around. The women are already sexually repressed.
Yeah.
So they're like, we need a hot Jesus.
But they're not going to see Jesus as a sexual figure.
But they will subconsciously stay in church longer.
But they don't want to see him as some wimpy little
Right, but it seems
twink.
to me that the thin, abbed Jesus, not the buff one, but the thin one that I grew up seeing on a crucifix.
The sad one.
He should have looked like
But that looks like a guy that you could hold down and nail to a piece of wood.
Right,
Buff Jesus would never.
Yeah, you couldn't get him up there.
No.
But he probably
Those
didn't
aren't
look,
load-bearing. Those aren't load-bearing beams.
But he probably didn't look like that Jesus. He probably looked more like what's his face?
Keenan Ivory Wayans.
No, like the fighter. Like the body type would probably be similar to Christian Bale in The Fighter. Not all the way to The Machinist, but Christian Bale in The Fighter, where
lean,
real
ripped.
lean. No, not ripped. Christian Bale was just tight, like scrawny in that
Never
movie.
saw the movie.
Well, look him up because he's like crackhead skinny. Whitney Houston. He'd have a Whitney Houston body.
Whitney Houston, Jesus. Now we're all on Cody's level.
My brother didn't know that you got me that Whitney Houston candle for, I think that was for Christmas last year. And he was like worshiping that false prophet. I'm like, she ain't a prophet. Like, she's not no false prophet.
You and your warships. So bellicose. I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000 as promised. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
Yep. So, we like to get our hot goss.
Yeah. Well,
from,
the fans of Perez Built-In are known as the Goss Guzzlers.
They're known as that now?
Yeah, that's
I mean, I know that you, was there, did you have to reach a quorum, or was this?
There was a vote.
Were there votes?
Mm-hmm.
Like when they named the plows?
Right. It was.
Did Mary cast a vote?
It was between Goss Guzzlers or the Goss Holes.
Those were the two choices.
Yeah.
Goss Guzzlers, and Mary voted for which?
Mary abstained from voting because
It's unfair.
In absentia.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay.
All right.
Are you all right?
What was that?
No.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Leonardo DiCaprio, happy birthday. He turned 48 over the weekend, threw a big old party, had lots of stars there, and there was not a lot of reports because they took the phones of everybody that went in there.
Oh boy.
So luckily, I have inside sources.
Inside Sources.
And the inside sources say that when they brought the candle or the cake out with the candles on it, he made a wish out loud, which is bad luck. But when you're Leonardo DiCaprio, you're not really worried about that. And his wish was, I wish women would stop turning 25.
Inside Sources.
My inside source also said that it was, the way he said it, it felt more like a threat than a wish.
Inside
Sources.
Ah, well. People approach birthdays differently.
Yeah. Pete Davidson, he's back on the dating scene. The SNL alum, who is 28 years old, was seen with supermodel Emily Ratajkowski in New York City. She's 31, so he's still dating older. He seems to do that. And according to inside sources,
Inside Sources.
Pete and Emily are taking things slow and don't plan on being made fun of on SNL until 2023.
Inside Sources.
And finally, Candace Cameron Bure. You know her from Full House and Fuller House. She's
Bure. She's married to Pavel Bure, the hockey player.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is being called out by Hillary Burton, who was on One Tree Hill, over Candace's comments about joining the Christian network, the Great American Family Network, to star in holiday movies. Burton called her a bigot because Candace Bure said that the movies are going to focus on traditional marriage. And according to inside sources, Hillary may have hit the nail on the head because the first movie title has leaked for Candace's new network, and it's called I Won't Be Homo for Christmas.
Oh my God.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
I mean, she can do what she wants. She's on the Great American Family Network.
Right.
Why are they got to give her a hard time?
Their movies are bad no matter what network they're on. If it's Lifetime or Hallmark Channel or Great American Family, they're all bad.
I don't even think that channel gets much clearance. So who the hell is going to be seeing the...
Well, that's why they're going after a
gaff.
star to bring people in.
Yeah. You know that Hillary Burton, you know who her husband is?
Tim Burton.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Negan on The Walking Dead. The comedian in the Watchmen movie. Yeah, Hillary Burton's married to him.
I love him. He's great.
Yeah, he's awesome. That Pete, God bless Pete Davidson. You know what I mean? Like, the dude's like a professional rebound rental.
Did you see Dionne Warwick tweeted that she wanted to be with him next?
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
And he'll do it, too.
He will.
And Emily Ratajkowski, by the way, if you've ever seen her ex-husband, he's just this derpy-looking dude. I think he's a producer or something. Seems like Bear McClendon. He's just, and the rumor was that he cheated on her. Because I think you get these beautiful women who are so terribly insecure. They just gravitate to some dude who will put up with whatever. because he knows he's never going to score higher than that. He's a less good-looking guy. And he's like, yeah, let's get married. And she's like, cool, whatever. And then all these weird matchups. I mean, it's not like Pete Davidson is like John Hamm. You know, it's not like he's some classically handsome dude.
It's weird how you can totally make a woman insecure by cheating on them.
I mean, prior to when you get together. No, when they get to, I don't even know if that's true.
Yeah.
I think that's the rumor that's out there. But I mean, I think they have a kid, don't they?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, Pete's clearly
like
not
almost
averse.
a 2-year-old.
Yeah, he's not averse to dating moms.
Yeah, and again, he's like the one celebrity that keeps dating older women.
Well, that's the move, though. See, Pete Davidson is smart because when you're dating somebody with a kid, you know you're automatically number 2. Like Mary knows she's automatically number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, it's baked into the cake.
Sure.
You're like, hey, listen, I know you got other priorities. Easy out.
Well, he's number 2 too, right?
Yeah.
Who?
Brian.
Behind comedy.
Yes.
Right, but I'm saying he has a human child.
What do you think my cat is?
That not a human child.
He's
Your
number
cat
3?
is a human
He's
child?
a human child.
Wow.
I birthed her through my vaginal canal. It was bloody. There were claws.
Well, I mean, listen.
No, to comedy.
When
When he and I first started dating, we had that conversation where I was like, hey, just so you know, my career comes first. And he's like, hey, just so you know, my kid comes first. I was like, this sounds
like,
perfect.
yeah, I know your kid comes first, by the way.
Love
I figured that one out.
you. But please don't touch my vagina.
And it all slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay.
Yeah.
That was my cat's birth.
Hey, Darnell.
Oh.
I just talked to a friend of yours the other day, Darnell. Yeah, there was a girl who's been calling us for quite some time, and I didn't know her name. It turns out her name's Jenna, and she lives out in Poland, Ohio, and she'll just leave me these non-stop, non-sequitur voicemails. And I asked her if she was blind because she had made reference to being at some blind school in Pennsylvania, but comes around to the fact she says she knows you. I mean, you're not. You guys aren't really doing anything to dispel the stereotype that all blind people know each other. Well, okay. Okay. Sure. But she's am I correct in that she's a little bit, you were born on the same day, so you're both like 34, 35 years old? Right, so are you 35 years old? Okay. I guess we've been talking to you for so long that I forget that we've been talking to you for a long time. Oh, yeah, I know. But how are you? Are you all right? Yep. You know that he's not listening. How do you know that? We have a lot of listeners. He's blind, not deaf, Darnell. Oh. All right. Well, that's great. Okay, I gotcha. Who's in there? Jerry O'Connell is hosting Pictionary, I think. You know who Jerry O'Connell is? Okay. Oh, that's right. He is on there, isn't he? Boy, things are working out for him. Okay. So you're spending your day. How are Grandma and Grandpa doing? Are they all right? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, listen, I know we don't hear from you very often, but I'm glad that we do because I just want to make sure that you're doing it right. For a while, we were worried we might have lost another listener. You know, we lost Rick, we lost Drunk Mike Jr., and so there was a tough run there for a while. So, yeah, all right. You're living in Ohio now? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Well, tell everyone we said hello, okay? Okay. Thank you, Darnell. All right, pal. There's Darnell, who is a number 25 on the Alan Cox Show blacklist. He was an early adopter, and of course, he's best known for his hit song Mercedes-Benz that you can easily find on YouTube. Classic lyric of all time.
If I know that once you can't turn around in my Mercedes Benz, you won't be bound. If you look at me, they're not wearing my jeans. But when you get my Mercedes Benz, you're not in my beans, yeah.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Pete Davidson.
All right, you want to get yourself to a Cleveland Monsters game. Some cold steel on ice. 4-pack of tickets. See the Cleveland Monsters take on the Rochester Americans. It's December the 3rd at the Romo Fijo. You can go to clevelandmonsters.com for all the details on all the promotions and games they've got coming up. So a 4-pack of tickets here for you, you and 3 pals, for the Cleveland Monsters against the Rochester Americans at the Romo Fijo. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive. Unless that text is, hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Hello, everybody, I'm new in town. I wear no tie, wear no crown. I look like you, but you're not like me. I'm a mutated orphan, I'm a killer bee. Ooh. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill.
I was reading about, I heard from one of our bureau chiefs down in Texas. You got a lot of them down there. There's always wild stuff going on down there. One of our bureau chiefs, I think in East Texas, sent me about a guy who is being tried for spiking his pregnant wife's drink with abortion pills.
What?
They already had a couple of kids, and they were apparently in couples counseling, and I guess it didn't work because he kept giving her drinks with abortion pills in it.
Hurt the
That's an
baby?
expensive drink.
That is an expensive drink. Baby was born prematurely, but I think it's okay. Texas, of course, has some of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country. Not so you can really tell anymore, but they were already on the rocks. They already have 2 kids, have been married for 11 years. And he said he wanted to move out, wanted to get separated, wanted to move out. They have a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old, and he had agreed to couples therapy. And so they went to couples therapy. And it was during the therapy that the wife tells him that she's pregnant. She told police that her husband's reaction to the news was, quote, negative.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah. So this guy starts lecturing her on the importance of staying hydrated while you're pregnant. And was repeatedly offering her glasses of water. After drinking from one of those, she noticed that the water was cloudy, and he just told her they had dirty pipes.
Cleaning hers out.
This is why women are so much better at poisoning men. Well, this idiot doesn't think to put it in something.
Juice.
Yeah, juice.
Something that's not transparent.
Coke, tea,
Food.
something. Yeah.
You're clouded by your emotions, right? You're not thinking clearly. You just... I watch Bad Sisters. I know you got to put it in the liver.
I drugged one ex-boyfriend.
You okay?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Okay, I'll bite.
We had just moved in together, and we drank, obviously, the whole night that we moved in. And so we were super hungover the next day, and he didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to help me unpack. So when I made him breakfast, I put an Adderall in his yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
And he helped me unpack.
His or yours?
Mine. I helped him unpack he unpacked the whole day after that. He felt great.
Oh, I bet he did.
Mm-hmm. He was not happy with me.
Oh, you told him?
Well,
did he
he
go,
was like,
boy, I feel weird from that yogurt?
Well, I made the whole breakfast, and then I mixed up yogurt. I put 2 Adderalls in it and put fruit and chia seeds, so that way you wouldn't be able to, because it's when you open up an Adderall, it's grainy.
Adderall comes in the plastic capsule?
The extended release ones do, yes.
Okay. You don't crush it?
No, the other ones, there's 2 types. There's the regular pill form, which are the instant ones, and then the extended release ones. I had the extended release ones. So you pop it open, and there's little granules in there. And so I put
So
2
you didn't
in,
want to wait for it to be extended release. You wanted immediate release.
because I knew I wouldn't get him to take it.
Huh.
So I put...
You couldn't put it in a little treat like a dog?
Well,
you couldn't put it in put it in peanut butter and put it on the roof of his mouth? I guess you did. You
yeah.
did it.
And so we And, I took some of the yogurt for myself. He ate some, so I split it into two. When we both, in about a half hour, he's like, I don't even feel hungover anymore. He's like, let's unpack. Let's get going. And then later that day, he was like, man, I felt like I can't stop all day. I was like, yeah, I gave you an Adderall. And he was like, what? I was like, dude, you were hungover and you weren't doing anything. And it was a big fight. And it was like the day after.
That is a breach of some kind of trust. Yeah, that's a big fight. That is a...
We hadn't lived together 12 hours.
That isn't... God bless America.
This was the guy you were engaged to?
Yeah, this is my last.
Why didn't you just do it yourself?
Because I didn't want to. That's not fair.
What's not fair?
You get to lay on the couch all day while I have to unpack an entire apartment's worth of stuff.
So drugging him was fair?
No, not at all.
It was gonna get unpacked.
Right. I'm not saying it was a good thing to do, but I did tell him about it.
Well, this guy was trying to make his wife have an abortion. So he puts the stuff in her glasses, drinking glasses, not her eyeglasses.
Why are my glasses cloudy?
Started cramping in about 30 minutes and severe bleeding, went to the ER, and she started to believe that her drink had been tampered with. And she started to suspect her husband. She came home from the emergency room, and he gave her 4 more drinks over the next week. And she noticed that one of them was an orange juice bottle with the seal broken, and there seemed to be an unknown substance. And she also noticed that he started taking the trash out, which she said was out of character for him because he doesn't do chores around the house. So you don't want to start doing things you don't normally do, dummy. Out of character. So they were living apart at that point. He was scheduled to visit her. And so she invites a couple of friends over so they can witness anything suspicious. And this guy is like has a broken record. He keeps handing her drinks. Like, put it in something else. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, she ended up finding open containers of an abortifacient pill. And he tried to get her to have an abortion. And she had the baby. It was premature, but healthy. So, again, another reminder, you don't need one, but in an age when millions of people think that women shouldn't control their own bodies, the number one cause of death for pregnant women is murder by their partners. He wasn't trying to murder her, but he didn't want that third kid. And so one of our Texas bureau chiefs sent me that. Thank you for sending me that. Are you going to be watching Power Slap? Are you excited for Power Slap?
What is
I'm probably going to tune in for the first event. Looks interesting.
Just when you think things couldn't get dumber,
What is this?
Dana White comes along from UFC, and he has announced Power Slap beginning in January. This is going to be on TBS, and it is exactly what it sounds like. There are 2 people standing there toe-to-toe, and they slap the piss out of each other, I guess until somebody falls over. Here, let me play this for you here. If you're watching the live stream, here's a little bit of it.
Is Power Slap. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, they're very excited for Power Slap. It's going to be a lot of slow-mo. It's going to be a lot of wiggling flesh on the face. They hold like a foam bar behind themselves so that they can't defend because I would think your reflex would be to guard your face. But you can't do that. So Dana White, never wanted to miss an opportunity, is bringing a Power Slap to TBS, I think for 6 or 7 episodes in January. You can knock your opponent out or you can win by points. So, sure, you've been watching regular slapping, I imagine, for years. But never before. Leave it to the godfather of mixed martial arts to bring you Power Slapping. And that might be the shot in the arm that TBS needs.
Slapping sounds.
So dumb, but
People are going to watch this.
I'm going to watch
to announce to you guys that we've done a deal for an 8-episode series
that's going to air on TBS in January of 2023.
He can barely get through it. It's so stupid. He's got a big screen behind him, powerslap.com, for people who want to check it out. So maybe you have somebody, powerslap.com didn't even work. You might be somebody who has aspirations of being a power slapper. So it might be something to look into. Maybe, boy, the road to success is littered with failed mixed martial artists. People who just didn't have the goods. This might be the next best thing. Power slapping in 2023. We get Poundcake on there. Now, I don't know if you can just...
That's a good idea. I think there should be divisions. Like, the big dudes and stuff like that, that's one thing. But, with Poundcake's weight loss, he's getting back into the ranks of Twink.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, am I.
Let me show you some more of this here. The power slapping. And it's going to be all kinds of slow-mo. Here, look at that. Men and women.
There's
Just
another Russian
slapping
version.
the piss out of each other.
There's a Russian version that I've seen, and they do it on, it's ladies doing it to each other's butts.
Yeah, all right.
Pretty good.
That's right.
Good entertainment. Good family entertainment.
Slapping sounds.
Well, maybe they can do like an undercard,
Power
pardon the
spank?
pun, with that. Yeah. They had the SFC is already the slap fighting championship.
Also, slapping hurts so bad on your hand,
Mm-hmm.
especially when you're going that hard. Oh,
Yes.
That's rough.
This seems like
It's
something
gonna
they
break more fingers than anything.
But it seems like something that they do, and it probably did. It probably started in some poverty-stricken country where people have to do this for money, like Russia or Romania or something,
Yeah,
where they're
it's got a lot of Eastern Bloc
I
vibes.
need you. Yes.
Yes.
I need you to slap. I'll pay
You
you.
think you slappings for women, but
That's
we
right.
do it for fun.
Alan, you were just talking to Darnell, and you mentioned that he knew Jenna. Is she still calling? She is still calling, yes. Jenna is, she's out in Poland, Ohio, and she's still leaving a whole lot of voicemails. We talked to her live on Friday. That was the one, we kind of caught lightning in a bottle. She just happened to call. Sorry, Thursday. We were out Friday. Yeah. So, yeah, she still calls all the time.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I think I was a black chick in a previous life.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
She's a cutie. And, she's out
Now,
there.
your chance to...
I don't want that. She's doing her thing. And can I just get something to work right for myself?
No. What
no.
fun would that be?
Come on. Timing's everything. So, she leaves all kinds of voicemails still. And I have to think that she's, when Darnell calls us, he's hooked up to some machine there where he can call and he can, through Braille or something, I think. And I wonder if she has a similar instrument. Alan, how about power tickling?
Ooh.
No, thank you.
There's that documentary about the tickling league.
Yeah.
Remember that?
It's terrifying.
It was the dude that would get all these hot guys to tickle each
Yes.
other. It was real
For big
creepy.
money. It was called
Yeah.
Tickled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Because that's just like what he was into?
Yeah.
There's like a tickling subculture.
Yeah.
Like,
And
is
so-
it a sex thing? Like, it's
Some
like,
of it is.
Some of it is.
Some of it is.
Yeah.
Some of it isn't. Some people, that's just their kink.
It's like a control
Competitive
thing.
endurance tickling was part of it. It might elicit a bit of an eye roll, but there are some people who don't like tickling because there's no consent, right?
I hate tickling.
And I think I might be one of those people. I do not like to be tickled. And my wife loves tickling me because she goes, it's the only time where you really can't control the situation. I go, yes, that's precisely.
Why I don't like it.
I won't tickle anyone who does it. Like if my daughter was like, stop, I would stop immediately. Because I know tickling is supposed to be like a fun thing.
It's not fun.
I don't like
It's
it at
irritating.
all. It is irritating. Because if they don't get you, they keep trying to get you.
Where's your spot? Where's your spot?
Right. I'll show you my spot. It's going to blow up in your face.
I'm going to get you.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it. It's just,
I don't like it either.
I'm not very ticklish. I have one spot on my body that's super ticklish, and it's a very random spot. It's not sexual at all. But other than, did you just punch that?
I slapped it. I was practicing. No, I just moved my hand. I just got powerful hands. You don't want these hands, Mary.
You're right.
You don't want to catch those hands. He has big hands.
Big old hands.
What were you saying?
Nothing matters. Not ticklish.
Yeah, no, I don't care for it. Because for a while, my daughter would always ask me to tickle her. Hey, tickle me. And I go, if you know it's coming, it can't.
Brian's daughter
It's
does
like
that.
tickling yourself. I'm sure kids, because when you're a kid and you get tickled and it's great and it's fun, you want that all the time.
Yeah.
So you go, tickle me. And I go, honey, it's just not going to have I got to get you when you don't know what's coming. Just
she
like,
says it all the time. She'll
you can't
lay there
tickle
with
yourself.
her arms up, and
Yes.
she's like, tickle me, Dad, tickle me, Mary,
Yes.
tickle me. And I'm like, yeah, it's not fun for me.
Right.
when this is
I'm not
happening.
going
Like,
to excavate your armpits
Right.
hoping to elicit a tickle or a
Right.
laugh or something. There's nothing better than when you get a little kid and you're tickling them. They didn't see it coming.
Mhm.
And they don't tell you to stop.
Yeah.
That's great. I don't like it. I've never liked it. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because I can't experience joy.
I think that's what it is.
But I don't like it. Let me do my thing, right? Because you are doing something to someone's body without their consent.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are fine with that. And again, I'm not, like I said, that makes people roll their eyes. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If somebody's like, don't tickle me, and they go, oh, come on. Yeah, it's not. At what point does this stop being fun for anyone involved?
Right.
Some people love it. And I say, Godspeed. Go for it. Let me get you to L.A. here. As promised, we're doing our 2023 Alter Ego Festival. We do this every year. It's a huge deal. It sells out in about 10 minutes. So you'll be going to a sold-out show here with Red Hot Chili Peppers and Muse and Phoenix and Fall Out Boy and Jack White at the Kia Forum in L.A. I think it's the 14th of January. It's mid-January. So you and a pal will fly you out, put you up, get you $1,000 to spend. And here's your shot to go. So good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword ALT to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info, standard data, and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's ALT to 200-200.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I mentioned earlier, these guys are finally coming. Spirit Box is one of the best bands out there working. And they kind of been quietly grinding it out over the past few years. You see them on a bunch of festivals, and they're finally doing a headlining run with After the Burial and Intervals. So those are three really good bands. They're going to do the House of Blues on May 6th of next year. It's a Saturday night. They're doing a couple of dozen dates. I don't know that it's Spirit Box's first headlining run. They're from Vancouver, so maybe they blew up north of the border a little bit before. But if you have seen them along the way, they're awesome. So they're doing a whole bunch of dates in April and May of next year. They'll play the House of Blues on May the 6th. And so if you dig any of those bands, they're going to go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. FYI. I don't know if I will have tickets to give away, but I will definitely see you at that show. The Cavs will play tomorrow night in Milwaukee. They're on a bit of a skid right now, so they're hoping to change that. Bucks are a tough team to beat, but the Cavs, if anybody can do it, the Cavs can. 8 o'clock tomorrow night from Milwaukee is going to be the tip-off at wherever the Bucks play. So 7:30 is when Cavs Live we'll start here on MMS, and you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Fiserv Forum.
The Pfizer Forum?
Fiserv.
Fiserv Forum?
Yeah.
Oh. It must be a local bank or something there in Milwaukee. The Fiserv, F-I-S-E-R-V.
Mm-hmm.
Fiserv Forum. The Bucks play there in the Marquette Golden Eagles. Okay. What is Fiserv? It's got to be a bank, right? Everybody, it's all bank names now. Fiserv's annual client experience. Okay, blah, blah, blah. It's, the names really roll off the tongue. But that's where they play. I don't know what it used to be called. It's probably called Milwaukee Stadium or something.
Probably not stadium, arena.
Milwaukee Arena. It was Reggie Miller. Or was he on the Pacers?
There you
go. It was.
Come on.
Milwaukee Bucks. It was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Ooh, you went way back.
Yeah. And it was. Oh boy. All I can think is Indiana Pacers. Why can't I think of anybody on the Bucks? I don't even know who's on.
Ray Allen was there for a while. Vin Baker.
Allen was there. Sidney Moncrief played for the Bucks.
There you go.
Okay. Now I got it. Now I'm on. But recently, didn't we have somebody went to the Dellavedova went to the Bucks?
Yeah.
Who was that dummy that we had for Andrew Bogut? Didn't we have Andrew Bogut? Was he the guy who got hurt in the first 37 seconds?
Game,
and he went to the Bucks.
Yeah.
So I know Giannis, that's the guy that everybody knows now, but I like going deep. I like going into Bob
Moncrief's
Lanier.
pretty deep.
Yeah, Sidney Moncrief's going back. Anyway, there you go. So the Cavs, Bucks tomorrow night. Jabari Parker, does he currently play for the Bucks?
I don't think so.
All right, sir.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Boy, you guys are never gonna believe this, and I'll have another $1,000 for you in a few minutes.
My God.
That part's fully believable.
Oh, that's
it's 100% believable. You are never going to believe, though, that Dave Chappelle hosted Saturday Night Live on Saturday, and some people have taken umbrage with his monologue.
This is absurd.
Come on, not Dave Chappelle.
Cannot even. I'm going to quote the kids. I can't even. I'm just going to stop it right there.
That's not even the kids anymore.
No, that's me. That's 35-year-old.
Yeah. I can't even finish that sentence. He was doing stuff making fun of Kanye West, and the Anti-Defamation League didn't think that he went far enough in condemning anti-Semitism. He thought that just joking about it. What did they used to say? They used to say that the best way, there's an old phrase, sunlight is the best anti-disinfectant, or is the best disinfectant.
Anti-disinfectant.
Yeah, what's an anti-disinfectant?
I don't know what I'm saying.
That's an infectant.
I'm trying to sound smart. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. It's a phrase. They mean like the best way to blow the lid off something is to expose it for what it is. And that used to be comedy. That to poke holes in things, to make fun of them, was the best way to remove them of their power. But now you can't do that anymore, because if you make jokes about it, now you're demeaning everybody who's involved, and it's...
No, you can still make
can't win.
jokes. No, you can, but you still
not
are
according
going...
to the Anti-Defamation League.
Right, but that's their job.
Well,
is
yeah.
to ruin the fun. That's why there are things like that.
What about the Anti-Disinfectant League?
They're out there.
Before I start tonight, I just wanted to read a brief statement that I prepared.
By the way, years of smoking have been amazing to Dave Chappelle's voice.
Right.
Oh, God bless.
I start tonight, I just wanted to read a brief statement that I prepared. I denounce anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I stand with my friends in the Jewish community. And that, Kanye, is how you buy yourself some time. A year ago, I'd seen him on a podcast called Drink Champs. It was an amazing appearance. Noriega and them were there, the rappers that I loved, and they all had their gold chains and stuff on. Kanye said, only millionaires wear chains. They said, what? He said, I'm a billionaire. Billionaires don't wear their money on their body. I tucked my chain and I said, oh, snap. Nobody listens to me. When I tell these jokes, you ignore me. My first Netflix special, what did I say? I said, I don't want a sneaker deal, because the minute I say something that makes those people mad, they're going to take my sneakers away. And the whole crowd's like, ha, 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 ha. But now you see Kanye walking around L.A. barefoot with his chain out.
Dude, when he started talking about Trump, I lost it. He said, he's an honest liar. He was talking about Hillary calling him out for not paying taxes. And he was like, well, bitch, change the tax codes.
That's right. That makes me smart, was the quote.
Yep.
Yeah, because Chappelle's like, I live in Ohio. There are a lot of Trump fans in Ohio. Yeah, right, in Ohio.
The war in Ukraine brought it all into focus. And lucky for everybody in the Western world, the Ukrainians are way better fighters than we thought they'd be. I mean, these guys, God bless them, they're doing good. They killed 10,000 Russians the first week of the war. Even the Vietnamese were like, damn, that's some good numbers. This is before they had weapons. Before we started sending them weapons, they was killing Russians with things you can find around the house. That whole country, Ukraine, is littered with traps like Home Alone. They was stepping on rakes. How is Russia losing to the Ukraine? That would be like America losing the war to Colorado.
Stepping on rakes, like Sideshow Bob. Boink. I got $1,000 here for you. Anyway, people are mad at Dave Chappelle. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword dollar at WMMS.com. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, you haven't talked about today being National Drummer Day. It is National Drummer Day. Does Brian know that it's National Drummer Day?
He hasn't mentioned it.
Well, you should mention it to him, honey. I realize that today is National Drummer Day, and so I want you to go downstairs and just go bananas for the next 4 hours.
It's not downstairs, though.
No, we have a one-level house. We have a ranch.
I want you to go to the back of the house,
to the jam room,
past the horses, and just play your little heart out. Play your little heart out back there.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, honey. I don't know what National Drummer Day means, but other than the obvious.
To celebrate. Happy National Drummer
Celebrate
Day, Alan.
the drummer in your life.
Thanks for keeping the beat.
That's right. All my polyrhythms are for you. Listen, drummers' brains are wired very differently. Brian knows this. I know this. Polyrhythms and syncopation are not easy to perform. We are coordinated in a way in which a lot of other people are not. We can take each limb independently and make it all sound perfectly synced up.
It's really hard.
Yes, it is.
Drumming is
That's
not
my
easy.
point. That's my point. So there's it involves, our brains involve, I might not be able to do simple addition and subtraction, but I can play you some 9/16 time. And so
that's
it's
kind of math.
Of course it is.
Yeah, that's
It's
math.
a different way of problem solving. So people who play the drums, there's a part of your brain that is almost primordial. You're practicing something that takes us all the way back to the earliest days of man. Drums have been around since 5,000 BC. So there.
How are you going to celebrate?
I don't know.
Come over our house. Our drum kit's already set up. We're going to dinner.
Hey!
You could just be there.
I'll probably just enjoy a drumstick tonight.
Oh, that's not the same.
Me too.
Unless you're going to eat a literal drumstick.
No, I'm going to have a piece of chicken, and then I'm going to have that candy confection called a drumstick. You take it out of the
Ice
freezer.
cream.
It's partially ice cream. Of course. That's probably how
Candy
I'll do it.
confection. I don't know if I would call it candy.
It's definitely ice cream.
Yeah, it's an ice cream cone.
All right.
The chocolate dip.
Dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
Love a drumstick.
I was listening to the Gab Cruz segment of the show about Phil Collins and Hold On, and I have always thought it was Hold On. I have never heard Oh Lord until you guys brought it up on the air.
Let's see. It's so obviously Oh Lord.
I thought it was Hold On, too.
Come on, man.
I thought it was Shimon.
See, that sound like Hold On.
No, it didn't. Listen, a lot of people thought it was Hold On. They thought that with the British accent, he was saying like, hold on. I've just always heard, oh Lord. And by the way, aren't people constantly Googling lyrics now? Like, it's so easy and has been for a long time to answer a question along those lines.
Right, but if you're not thinking about it and you're not thinking that you're wrong and you're not actively, I mean, I can't remember the last time I'm like, let's listen to
those
some
lyrics,
Bill Collins.
Really? I'm constantly Googling lyrics. And I'm not even a lyrics guy.
I don't even need to know the lyrics. I don't even
Right.
care.
I don't
care
usually
what
either.
you say in your song. Just make it a good song. There's no song that I hear, and like my girlfriend is blown away by this, where I'm like, yeah, there's no song that makes me feel sad
Are there
by the lyrics.
I was just gonna ask: is there a song that is there any song ever that you ever listened to that you felt compelled to get like some of the lyrics tattooed on you?
No.
Because I know.
What am
people
I,
that have done
13 years old?
I don't know.
I did. I wanted to in high school.
What song?
It was a John Mayer song.
But you
Go
wanted
figure.
to, but
I didn't get it done.
You
No.
resisted the urge.
What song was it? And what was the lyrics?
It's Bigger Than My Body is the name of the song. And it's I'll gladly go down in a flame if a flame's what it takes to remember my name. That's what I wanted to tattoo on my body when I was like 7 years old.
Who gives a crap?
Oh, boy.
But there are a lot of adults that are like, I like this song lyric. Or like there are songs like after their mom passed, it was like their mom's favorite song, and then they'll get like the song lyrics on there.
No, listen,
I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't either. Songs are supposed to mean something to you. So obviously, it just always feels a little on the nose for me. If you love a song that much, you know the lyrics. You're not going to forget and go, oh, fortunately, it's on the inside of my forearm.
I'm going to get my cell phone pictures printed and the lyrics to my favorite song
tattooed on my body. And I will never forget them.
Yeah, and again, I don't have any problem with people like enjoying the lyrics and having that emotional reaction.
That's right.
It's
It's your body.
It's just not how I am. It's just not how I listen to music. And, you know, Mary always talks about how, like, when her parents were going through the divorce, she would listen to songs and, like, cry and feel like this relates to me. I've never heard a song and be like, oh, that's me. I just go, I either like the song or I don't.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
This past Saturday, I was on a date. I just went over to the guy's house, and one of the movies we watched was The Bodyguard because he had never seen it. And he didn't realize, like, I just let him find it on his own. Like, I didn't suggest it. I've seen it a million times, so I
didn't care. Crack.
No, shut up. No, like, he didn't realize I was a fanatic.
He what?
He didn't realize I was a fanatic.
About Whitney Houston.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I let him gingerly pick
You know
the
what
movie.
she was a fanatic about?
Singing. She sang great.
Crack. It was crack. She was a fanatic about crack.
It wasn't crack.
Cocaine, whatever. But crack.
Crack cocaine.
I hate y'all.
No, you don't. You love it.
No, you guys are mean.
All right. So he didn't know that you were that into Whitney Houston?
Yeah, he didn't know that I had a Whitney Houston shirt, a
Yeah.
Whitney Houston.
Why do you have a Whitney Houston shirt?
Because my friends bought it for me because they know how big of a fan. I have a poster.
Not the one I got you.
No, I do have that too, and the candle. Did you give me that or Bill got me that?
I got you the shirt.
I think I got you the candle.
Yeah,
I haven't gotten you anything, Whitney Houston. Would you like something, Whitney Houston? I'll get you something.
Would you like something?
And so I was singing along to all the songs. He was like, "Oh wow, you really know this." I was like, "Girl, yeah." And then when I dressed up in drag, one of the songs that I sang was a song out of The Bodyguard. It was Queen of the Night. And so I was like, "Oh, you don't."
That's
even
when
know.
she's like in that chainmail, right? With the
Yeah,
like in the
she's in
movie. She's
armor.
yeah. I mean, I guess there's got to be a song I would want to get the words tattooed on my body.
I like her.
I say, yo.
Take notes here.
Neither. And I say, either. And either.
Tell me here about
Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like.
Wow.
You like tomato, and I like.
What's wrong with you, Cavalier?
Potato.
Can get right.
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
I am going to have those lyrics tattooed on my body.
I think
in remembrance of our dear friend Rick.
I'm going to get nuts. Hot nuts. The stoop down man version.
Anybody here want to buy my nuts? It's right there on the. Hey, what's that on your back? Oh, it's the lyrics to my favorite song, Hot Nuts.
Tramp stamp style.
Chick Willis. Yeah. In like Star Wars intro font.
There you go.
Going off into the horizon.
Hot nuts.
Get them from the stoop down man. I've got nuts that steaming butter. If you try one of them, you'll never try another. Selling nuts. Hot nuts. Get them from the stoop down man. Selling nuts. Hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts. Hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale.
How much?
They call me the stoop down man. 'Cause I eat nuts anytime I can. Selling
And that's.
hot nuts. Get them from the stoop down man.
I got to take a break. Oh.
Medium rare.
Oh.
I wonder if anybody got any out there. I said,
Medium rare. What a weird
rare nuts.
way to zero in on your nuts. Huh. Anywho, I got to take a break if you want to text.
He's had so many hot nuts that he knows exactly how he likes them.
And he won't take them any other way, quite frankly. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
watch and to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? That's where you can do it. You can leave us talkback messages on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on the app from out of state, tell me where. I like to know where people are checking in. Mean Gene is one of our bureau chiefs in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Is that a college town? Something in Council Bluffs. Taylor listens in Rexburg, Idaho.
That is.
What's in Rexburg?
BYU, Idaho.
Oh, it is, really? Okay. Brian listens in Hackensack, New Jersey. Sack-ack-ack-ack-ack.
That's actually a college town, too.
By the way, we're...
Sack you.
That Billy Joel Stevie Nicks show that's happening at Ohio Stadium in Columbus, we are giving away tickets for that right now at WMMS.com. So for people who are hitting me up, not on this show so far, but you can register at WMMS.com. David listens in Chandler, Arizona, and on and on and on. So thank you, one and all. Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Alan. Hey, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, so I was in the truck, and I heard y'all talking about the tattoos and song lyrics, and I'm like, oh, my God.
You were in the trunk?
We went down to... No, the truck.
Oh. Makes more sense. Yep.
Yeah. Train horn on it. Yep. So we went down to Columbus. We graduated high school, 2011. So we go down, me and a couple of my buddies, and we all got a tattoo. Mine was something simple, a little Sailor Jerry, whatever. Cool. My other buddy was super into MGK, and he was kind of built like him, at that time, however many years ago. So he gets this Live for the Moment, which is from a song. I couldn't tell you which one it is, but he gets this in this white trashy kind of font that's just horrible. You can hardly read it. You could read it better then. Now that, we're this many pounds heavier, you can't really read it very well, but it was pretty enjoyable. I wish I still had the picture. I don't. Too many phones over the years that it's, my picture's gone. So, but.
So now it just kind of looks like a jailhouse tat.
It's exactly what it looks like.
But I hope he's still heeding its advice and living for the moment, Jamie.
Oh, he certainly does. And he's a saintly guy, so I can't dog on him too much. It's just a good story.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. I'll take your word for it. MGK, by the way, nabbed himself a Grammy nomination for Best Rock Album. Woohoo! As he still tries to figure out what he is in music. Hey, is it Eon? What's your name?
Hey, Alan, it's Dion.
Dion.
Yes, sir.
A D. What's going on, Dion?
Well, in 2 days, I'm going to go see Lorna Shore. I got the VIP package.
Yep.
And
oh, good for you.
I was thinking about having them print song lyrics on my arm and having it tattooed.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're telling me that's not cool.
No. I'm telling you that's nothing that I would do. I certainly can't tell you what's cool and what's not.
I lost my son 2 years ago. It was a suicide. He took his own life.
Sorry to hear that.
And have you heard the new Lorna Shore?
I just can't get into Lorna Shore. My brother's way into him. And it's like a case-by-case basis for me because there are other bands that sound similar. Lorna Shore just does not scratch me where I itch.
See, I'm the opposite. They scratch the itch, but others don't for me.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it depends. Right. That whole deathcore thing, by and large, is not my vibe. But there are a couple of bands here and there that I dig, just not into Lorna Shore.
Just because you like one doesn't mean you like the whole genre.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, sure.
Understood. But no, they released this new song, and it's this deathcore ballad. It just absolutely hits hard with everything I've gone through, and with the opportunity to meet him, I'm like, man, I'm really thinking about doing this tribute to my son. So now I'm debating it.
Understood. Yeah. I mean, there was, ironically, a band that I really do like from Pittsburgh is called Signs of the Swarm. And I think the guy left to join Lorna Shore. But I think he also got busted for some sexual abuse or something. I don't know. Anywho, right? Don't put that on your body, Dion.
No.
Okay,
no.
listen. Thank you. I appreciate the call. There's Dion.
I like Lorna Doones.
Is that still a cookie?
Yeah, it is.
Lorna Doones.
Yeah.
Boy, my
tin?
My grandmother. No, it's like in a package like Oreos, I think, or a box maybe. My grandma used to have Lorna Doone cookies. And there's nothing offensive about them at all. They're like Ritz crackers, right?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
You need a classic shortbread cookie. Lorna Doones.
Have some tea and some Lorna Doones.
Oh my God! So
I'm always fascinated by what foods companies still make because that means that people still buy them.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's making anything that doesn't get bought. I don't think they're looking for loss leaders in mass-produced food, but they've been making Lorna Doones since 1912. And my grandma always had them because it's a grandma cookie. But if you were to offer me one as a grown man, I would never turn down a Lorna Doone.
So my favorite old person cookie, and I had them last week for the first time because I also enjoy them with tea.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Pepperidge Farm, they're Veronas. They're the thumbprint cookies.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
So it's just the shortbread with like the jelly in the middle.
Yeah.
I cannot control
It's a
myself
little
with those.
dollop of the jelly, right?
It's it's called a thumbprint because that's how you would make them. You
Oh,
would
right.
take your thumb and push it kind of in a
Yep.
circle. So it's more jelly than cookie.
My grandma would
They're
make her own for Christmas. My grandma
they're
made about
so
a
good.
dozen kinds of Christmas cookies and like the thumbprint. I
Yeah.
remember helping her when I was a kid. Yeah.
Similar to like a Polish klatschki. Those are really good too with the powdered sugar on
Yeah.
top. Oh, any jelly cookie I'm into.
Any jelly cookie.
With some tea. The Pepperidge Farm Verona is the name of the Pepperidge Farm ones. My Verona. Yeah, they're really good. But they're
Yeah,
so
that too.
small
Yep.
that I'm like, I think they come like 16 to a package. And
Mm-hmm.
like, I got to stop myself around cookie 11 because I'm like, yo, you got to
You're
quit.
gonna eat the whole
This
thing.
is too many.
Girl, you know my singer died. My singer died. Now I guess we gotta use Mike Shinoda.
My Verona cookies.
I like the Milanos from Pepperidge Farm. Those are good.
Yeah, those are good too.
But
The orange Milanos, not the mint.
no, the mint.
Don't be a Philistine. Come on,
I
man.
am a Philistine.
All right.
And don't be racist towards us Philistines, you racist.
Well, because they do make those Veronas in blueberry too.
Mm-hmm. If you go to a solid Polish bakery, sometimes German bakeries have them too. The klatschkis are, because they'll make their own jelly and jam. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my God.
I tell you what, whenever I fly, I always talk about like those
Stroop waffles.
whatever Biscoff cookies.
Stroop waffles.
Mm-hmm.
Those things.
The Biscoff cookies, aren't those like ginger flavored or something?
Whatever
like
they
that?
are, but
Some of you're thinking of anise cookies.
No.
I think certain airlines
Anus
make
cookies?
them different, and they have more flavor and they're softer.
I don't think the airlines are making them.
Certain airlines will have their own little thing. Yes, they will.
Cinnamon and ginger. That's what soft notes of caramel.
But whatever it is,
Evenings on Light FM.
I pray that like I don't have someone sitting next to me because I'm like,
You pray.
Can I have two?
He
I was like-
prays that
You know,
nobody's next
if
to
someone's
him.
next to you, they'll just give you two. You can ask for two cookies.
It doesn't matter.
Two.
Good. Those are my fave.
All right. Well, now I know because the holidays are coming up.
You have to buy him a book.
And I'm going to buy him a book and some cookies.
Oh, you could get me. So I already said the Jared Kushner book, and then now you could get me
The what book? Oh, Jared Kushner
the
book.
Jared Kushner book, and then A Song for You. That's the Whitney Houston biography, but it's written by her best friend Robin, who was allegedly her homosexual lover.
So these are the kinds of books that you will read.
Wait, I think I have a list going of Cody books.
You probably do. They're probably all celebrity
Jared-
biographies.
Nope. Well, I'm going to start one.
Jared Kushner's is not a biography. I think it was just his time in the White House.
Right. That's him. He didn't write it. But
Jared Kushner book. What was the other one? What's this other one called?
A Song for You.
A Song for You by Robin Crawford.
The woman who purported to have been in a lesbian relationship with Whitney Houston. That was her whole hook with that book. She's like, yeah, she's dead. She can't tell me I'm wrong.
Where's Whitney Houston buried, Cody?
Newark, New Jersey.
Have you ever seen her grave?
I have not.
Where in Newark, New Jersey is she buried?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
You call yourself a fan?
He's not.
You
He's
call
not even a real
yourself a
fan.
book-reading fan of Whitney Houston? Do you know if she was even buried?
She was buried. Her
In New Jersey.
I'm pretty sure she's in New Jersey. I think her and her daughter Bobby Christina have a plot next to each other.
Huh. All right. You never looked it up.
I've never looked it up.
That surprises me. I would think that seems like a kind of a major detail that you overlooked or weren't curious about.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't made the drive to New Jersey. I got some friends in Jersey, and I got friends that casually go to Jersey on a regular basis. So maybe I'll hitch a ride with him one time, and I'm like, can you take me to where Whitney Houston grew up? Because, I mean, the state's not necessarily huge. You can get anywhere within a couple hours. So I was like, take me to her childhood home, take me to her, resting place, and that would be a nice little day for me. I would make a day of it. It'd be Whitney Day. And I don't know.
The Whitney Death Tour.
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds awful.
Well, if part of it would be visiting her gravesite.
But that's not. Do people say that when they visit Graceland and see Elvis?
But that's like a whole that's a tourist trap.
I'm sure
Whitney Houston she's buried at the Fairview Cemetery and Arboretum in Westfield, New Jersey. It's about a half an hour southwest of Newark.
That place is actually a really good time.
That I would sit in Newark forever.
Graceland?
No.
The Westfield, the Fairview Cemetery and Arboretum in Westfield. There you
Peaceful.
go.
Very peaceful.
Yeah. Well, that's where she's buried.
Okay. Well, one of these days, I ask one of my friends
You should go.
who stay out there.
Yeah, the next time you go to New York or something.
Have a friend that lives in, like, Hoboken, and have a friend that travels to New Jersey frequently. So next time he goes, I'll ask, can I ride?
Hey, can you take me out to see Whitney Houston's gravesite, please?
Will you
And they'll
cry
go,
if you see it?
I'm not going to. What?
I probably would if I touched
You're not
it.
going to cry.
I probably would cry.
Why would you cry?
Because she is an icon, and
But
I'm
it's just-
this
it's
close to her.
I know, but it's going to be just a headstone. I mean,
Would you smoke crack at her grave to honor her?
why
That's
not?
what killed her.
But
She
it won't
loved it.
kill
She
him.
died doing what she loved.
It won't kill him, and that's why
Disrespectful.
he is going to be out there. No, she knew what she was doing. It's not like it was a big secret. It would be
I just don't
a
know.
tribute to her.
I don't know how you're so insensitive about this whole thing.
Who's you?
You, Alan.
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
I am Alan. What do you mean?
You just seem very, like, she was
Have we met? Because I'm largely insensitive to most situations.
She was a human being, though.
I never
And
said
and
she
a great
wasn't.
human
She was a human being who loved crack cocaine. And it eventually did her in.
I don't think she loved crack cocaine.
Oh.
Lusted after.
That could be a habit. Did Mary love alcohol? Did you, were you in
Yes.
love with alcohol?
It was
I
her
honestly
master,
loved it.
her mistress,
It was
and
my
everything in
favorite thing on the
between.
planet.
She loved
I loved it so much that I blamed everything else in my life for why it was going wrong.
Okay.
Yep. Mary could have easily been found at the bottom of a bathtub, but that bathtub would have been full
Of Jello shots.
of whiskey and Jello shots. Melted down Jello shots.
Yeah, it's got her.
It's not, by the way, it's not insensitive of me to just recite back the facts of the situation.
But it's not what you say. It's the way
I'm not
you say
making-
it. Yes, she
what do you
had
mean the way I
she
say
had a
it?
horrible drug habit.
Yes.
She had a horrible drug habit.
It was a
But
tragedy.
but that was not all she offered to the
I
world.
didn't say that. All I said was that she was a crack addict,
And we,
which she was. It doesn't negate her contributions to popular culture.
The way you're saying it makes it seem that way.
The way I'm saying it, how should I say it?
Because
she was a crack addict.
You dismiss her. Like
I don't.
I say Whitney Houston my favorite.
I
the
dismiss
crack
her.
addict, the
I
crackhead.
dismiss her from induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
most rock and roll thing about her, though.
It is true.
Was
That's what got her in.
drugs.
How dare you, Poundcake, when that's what truly got her into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was her
dare you?
crack addiction.
How dare you?
Whatever.
Who do you think you are?
How dare you?
I think you overreact in your defense of her crack addiction.
I think it's a little both.
I think it's funny to get Poundcake worked up over it.
Because
she holds a special place in his heart.
That's the music I grew up on. Like
Right.
that is literally.
You grew up
She-
on a lot of music.
I grew up on.
You've zeroed in on her for some reason.
It doesn't
You
change
grew up with
anything.
Mariah Carey. Yeah, it doesn't change anything.
But no, The Bodyguard was out the year I was born, and then on top of that, my mom really loved her, and she was a black woman. It reminds me of like all the strong black women in my family, and I resonate with that. I just do. She seemed motherly to me.
And that's all great, but that has nothing to do with her smoking crack.
I didn't say it did. You are dismissing her.
No, I'm
He's
not.
saying she's still a good
You are.
person,
I.
and
No
she still
one
contributed
No
to
one said otherwise.
society.
No one said otherwise.
But you list her vice at the top of the things that she ever.
That's what ended her life.
You belittle it.
You didn't say when I say Whitney Houston. You say, "Oh, the voice." You say, "Oh, the crackhead."
If
That's
she
the first
didn't
thing
care,
you say.
if she didn't, why am I supposed to care more about her life than she did?
It's not that she didn't care about her life.
Of course it is.
She had an addiction.
Same thing.
No, that's not the same thing. How many
You-
times do I have to tell you that's not how addiction works?
I am not on the hook for caring more about her life than she did.
not how that
it's
works.
that it's that simple.
You
It's that
can't.
simple.
You can't umbrella blanket statement.
She'd
addiction
gone through
like that.
she'd gone through rehab, she'd had interventions.
Doesn't mean she doesn't care. It means she fell victim to an addiction.
Didn't care enough.
That's not true. That's
Didn't care enough.
And that is
you
is
care.
a
You care, and you stopped.
right. But that doesn't mean that people can't.
What does every person say when they control their addiction? I didn't want to die.
Sure.
Simple enough.
Or maybe she
These are
thought
not,
that she
these
had
are
it
not
under
my
control.
words. These are not my words. These are the words of every person who gets themselves well. I didn't want to die.
Okay, but I think it needs to be very clear that addiction and self-control are not the same
Again,
thing.
not my words. Their words.
I understand what you're saying. But
I'm
you
just
can't
I'm
say
just
she
I'm
didn't
repeating
care about her
I'm
life.
repeating what addicts say. I don't want to die.
Now, I don't know if she cared about her life. I don't know. I
Well,
never
Cody
heard her
did.
say she didn't.
My question is simply, I'm not on the hook to care about it more than she did.
But it's unfair to say that she didn't care about it.
Okay.
You don't know. You didn't know her. You have
That's
no idea
correct.
how she
I
felt.
did not know her at all.
Just
Alan,
because
you know what
she
she
had
did
an-
care about?
Crack cocaine.
Boom.
Okay, you know what? I'll bite. How would you like me, henceforth, how would you like me to refer to her?
The voice.
The voice?
The voice.
She's not the voice.
The voice of crack cocaine.
That's okay. You know how many rock stars die?
There are a dozen. Yes, I'll make fun of them too.
Okay.
That's more on brand though. It's a little on the nose. There are a dozen people of her ilk you could refer to as the voice. She was the voice for that time, but times change.
Who? Okay.
Mariah Carey.
No.
Still alive?
She's still alive, yes.
Mariah Carey. That's why I think Mariah Carey didn't do Whitney Houston any favors. Whitney Houston's going, oh my God, look at this chick. She's 20 years old. She's got an unbelievable voice.
It's not the same.
Well, I didn't say it was the same, but it's a very competitive lifestyle. Whitney Houston wasn't getting any younger.
Yes, but
None of us are.
Whitney Houston was never like the show and skin type of sexiness that Mariah Carey was. Mariah Carey was a
You're right.
whole
Mariah Carey-
other brand.
Maybe she should have been.
Mariah Carey was better. You're right.
Well, I happen to think that Whitney Houston was prettier than.
Listen, my mom, in my house, my mom was listening to Whitney and Mariah Carey. To my young ears, I shouldn't say young. I mean, I was
by
in
the
high
time,
school.
By the time Mariah Carey came out, it was.
I was in high school.
You were
yeah.
probably in college. By
89, 90. So, yeah, freshman in college, yeah. But still, when my mom was listening to those albums, I was like, oh. I mean, because my mom was also listening to Shaka Khan, and she was also listening to a bunch of different people. I was like, oh, well, that's what pop music is. This is the next person in line, right? There would have been no Lady Gaga without Dale Bozio. A lot of people don't even know who that is. Would have been Lady Gaga without Dale Bozio, without Susie Sue, everybody who came before him. But none of that has anything to do with her addiction, with her proclivities toward a variety of chemical enhancements. Is The Bodyguard an amazing movie? Yes, I saw it in the theater. How do you like that?
Yeah, take that, Poundcake.
Take that. Did you see it in the theater? Nope.
I didn't see it in theater. I wasn't.
Nope.
I was like,
because you didn't care enough. That's right.
But honestly, I
Mel.
don't think The Bodyguard was the best one.
You what?
I don't even think The Bodyguard was her best work.
What was her best work?
The Preacher's Wife.
Never saw it.
I know you did.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. The Corey Roddick Experience. Boy, you're in luck. It's on the way at 6:30, along with the next chance for you to go fund yourself and grab $1,000.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just